Hey, can you hear me? I always forget to plug the microphone in. Let's see if I did it right this time. Yeah, it helps if I talk into the mic. Cool. Got that working. I'm going to pull up some deck lists over here. Actually, I know what I'll do. I'll bring them up while here. In the meantime, while we're waiting for people to file in, do a little searching. Get Teamer at most. Plus one, plus one counter. Do it again. I have these up on my other computer, which you guys can't see. So I'm just gonna bring them up here so you guys can see them as I'm going through them. Same thing, Teamer. At most, what is this one? This one is Fight, I think. Yep, Fight. And type is instant. Teamer. And what was this one? This one is damage equal to its power. Cool. Got those up. All right. We got a few people in here. Welcome in, everyone. Today, we're going to play some Kalamax. Because I've been obsessed with Kalamax all week since playing it, I don't know, was it last week? Something like that. So that's the plan. Just going to make a few edits to the deck list. I'm not going to get too carried away. I do want to try to build like a really janky budget version of it. Like, cause like all these, there's so many cool things that are just like cheap instants that look amazing. And like this one, Betrayal at the Vault. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each of two other target creatures. Seems legit. We might try to bring that one in. Betrayal. The answer to your question, Flintlock, is because I don't use advanced Scryfall search that often. That's probably better. It's probably better the way you mentioned it. I don't use Scryfall all that much. at least for advanced. I use it for like basic stuff. Though I haven't really been using Gatherer much either of late, so I guess there's that. Anyway, Betrayal of the Vault. Gonna bring this guy in. Seems like a nice little multi-creature wipe that can be pretty disgusting. How do I feel about Arcane Bombardment? Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild if it ever goes off. So I guess there's that. Okay. So, what else? There was some other cool stuff I saw as I was going through here. There's a lot. Target creature, a lot of like Cosmic Hunger type cards. Actually, let's start back here. Battle Growth. It's so simple, but I really want to play it. I was looking at this one, Bounty of the Hunt. This is the Alliance. This is from like the Force of Will cycle. And distribute 3+1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 creatures. For each counter you put on a creature this way, remove a +1/+1 counter from that creature at the beginning of the next cleanup. That would be so good if it didn't remove them. Because I think it'll remove the copied ones too, if I'm understanding that ability correctly. Because that would be cool, right? You could just do that for free by exiling something else, and that would be so good. Ancient Animus. Do we have that one? We do. Did you Art Druids, the mana's a little rough. I mean, Burst of Strength is interesting. +1/+1 counter and untap it. You don't really want Kalamax untapped, but there might be a time where you want to block with it. So, like, something I've been thinking about. Maybe that goes in the jankier version of the deck. Ooh, Fertilid's Favor seems good. Ramp and +1/+1 counters. Yes, please. Arcane Bombardment is fun. If you get to use Arcane Bombardment, the game ends, usually. It just goes so wild, so fast that that's just kind of that, right? That's sort of all she wrote. It's incredibly powerful in that sense. Inscription of Abundance. Yeah, Inscription of Abundance is a lot of cool modes that I think we want. Oh, there's some stuff I gotta add. Matt was yelling at. Oh, it's already in there. Thank God. Yeah. There's some stuff Matt wanted me to add to this deck. Figure out what that was. Oh, here we go. We need Honor Worn Shaku. Springleaf Drum, we have. Holdout Settlement. And what's the other one? Survivor's Encampment. There's more ways to tap Kalamax. Cryptolith Right? It's not bad, actually. Although, I feel okay about what we have. That's not a bad suggestion, honestly. But I feel okay. The other thing, too, is we can just attack with them. And I don't want to get, like, super carried away. Because once he's tapped, you can't do that much else with him. So, there is that. What's the thing? Encampment? Same sort of thing. It's kind of bad. I'm just going to go with one of those because those are kind of bad if, like, you need colored mana. We have Springleaf Drum. I forget, is there one more of these? No, it's Mux Opal is what I'm thinking of. Worth the Raid Mother. Retreat to Escanta. Retreat to... Oh god, it's freaking out. Come on. Coral Helm, Hagra, Valakut. Which retreat? Huh. Kazandu? That's not awful. Also, that's more life gain, isn't it? Although... yeah, we'll try to sneak this thing in. Try to sneak that thing in. Oh, I already have Burst of Strength. Yeah, maybe we do have a lot of the cool stuff in here already that I was hoping to get into the deck. um, 5 cards over. Twinning. If you copy a spell. No, that's pretty good, I think. Counter target artifact or enchantment. 2 counters on a creature. Yeah, there's a lot of protection in that. What's this one do? The draw is nice, or destroy an artifact. Well, it is flexible. Yeah, it is very flexible. It's incredibly flexible. Okay, what are we getting rid of? Is Dig Through Time too ambitious? Oh, what are we getting rid of? Talrand might be... Yeah, the way the deck plays, I don't know. I'm not convinced. There's a ton of instants in here, but... Because it's sort of like if Kalamax goes down, we're in a really bad spot anyway, and like... Yeah, I don't think Talrand's like good enough to like kind of make up that spot. Like Kalamax just needs to be in play. There really is no other option. Why can't I find the blue one? You may tap or untap target. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. Um Although yeah, like it's okay, but because once it's tapped, we don't probably want to untap it. Yeah, I don't know. I think we can live without it. We already have too many cards. I gotta get rid of stuff. Let's get rid of... I don't know what we're getting rid of. Arcane Bombardment, maybe. Arcane Bombardment does feel ambitious, in my opinion. The 4 drops are all really powerful, so those are like hard to part with. Force of Vigor might be the only one, but I do think we probably need the removal. How many flip lands do we have in here? What else can we get rid of? I don't really want to get rid of more lands. I'll get rid of Kessig Wolf Run. We have Scarred the Rage Pits. Does the same thing idea. It gives you redundancy, but the colors matter, and I just got to get rid of something. I think I'd rather use Scarg if we're going that route, just because it's cheaper mana-wise. What do we got? 2 cards to go. Oh, this deck could use a what's that thing? Yeah, we have Deflecting Spot. We could use the other. We could realistically probably use the other one also. I forgot what it's called now. The cheap one. Twinning staff only good if you're already winning. Hear me out. So, twinning staff on 3, Kalamax on 4. Then whenever you cast on 5, when you cast your first spell with Kalamax, you copy it twice. Copying anything twice kind of seems ridiculous. And for only 3 mana, like, I don't know that we'll ever use the 7 mode on there, but, like, an additional copy all the time. Oh, you know we need Veilstone Amulet? I meant to add that one in. An additional copy all the time seems kind of ridiculous. All right, I'm going to get rid of Flame of Anor. There's so many reasons you could run this. It has so much flexibility, but we just got to get rid of something. We could use more basics in this deck too, unfortunately. Pretty low on the basics. Maybe we get rid of Farseek? That can't be right. See what's up here again. Yeah, that stuff I'll feel good about. Yeah, maybe Force of Vigor. Although, 4 artifacts and enchantments is pretty good. Pretty good. No, that one's game winning. That one could be game winning. Ramp. Does anyone see anything I can cut? You made it. The key is me not streaming at like 10 o'clock at night. Well, I guess it's 10 for you, but getting started a little bit earlier today. I basically have been fighting a cold all week, and I don't feel good enough to do anything else. So I'm just like, we'll catch up on the streaming. 2 cards to go. Really don't want to cut the lands. What do we got at 2? I'm gonna cut a Farseek. 1 to go. Cultivate? Oh, man. Don't love doing that, but I'm gonna cut a Cultivate. Alright. There's that. I think this is technically a bracket 2. Does anyone see anything that would make this not a bracket 2? I pulled Ancient Tomb out, because that one's in most of mine. Yeah, that one's in most of mine. I don't see anything else that is concerning. Where's open play here? Hear me out. Kalamax has been removed, and you draw that when you need ramp or removal. No turnabout currently. Oops. Cool. Put that up. Yeah, I want to see it one time, honestly. Like, I haven't seen it, and you know, if I play it and you're like, yeah, right, just getting an extra copy doesn't really matter that much, but we shall see. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back as we're waiting for the game. Oop, Jeff's in the game. Flintlock, we got 2 Patreons in the game. I did make this public, right? Yeah, anyone can join. Just got one of your paper decks on MTGO. How's it going? Not too bad. Fighting a cold all week, but here we are. Yeah, Flintlock, don't look at... Yeah, you guys better not look at my hand. Oh, the blue one can remove blockers. Yeah, yeah. You know, the main issue is that, like, in the last... Because I played this game twice last week, really just didn't have that many lands in play. If you don't hit the ramp spell after Kalamax is in, the deck doesn't seem to really drop that many lands. All right, we got a game. Hopefully we don't go last. Had a long streak of going last. Every time I stream, I keep remembering that I keep forgetting to hang the wall art behind me. It's all sitting literally right over there, and I just need to put it up. Every time. Every time. Because the second I stop streaming, I completely forget about it, and then it does not happen. But when I go to stream, I see the very blank white wall behind me. Waiting on Jeff. Yeah, man. Curious to see my opening hand. Here's a pro strat. I'm mono white and I don't want to lose out my catch-up ramp. Wow, did he just win the roll and pass? I've seen that once or twice. I still don't think it's worth it. Going first in Commander is really strong. Like, really, really strong. There's ramp. What's this one do? We can go. We can draw cards with that, yeah. So 1 land, 2 land, 3 land. Yeah, I think we keep this. I don't think it's going to get too much better than this. We'll start thinking about this now. If no other 3-drop shows up, do we cast this on 3 to ramp, or do we try to get 2 later with Kalamax in play? Just built a version of Circara Storm, similar to the one you played before COVID a few times. Been really fun. Ever think of taking that out for a go again? Since you memorably had trouble with it? No. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like mono red Storm in general is not really my cup of tea. I do remember playing that, and I don't remember exactly what happened, but yeah, that seems like a deck that I would struggle with. I think it took a few games to really kind of get that one going. That's a tricky commander. I know there's like there's some people that like mono red Storm and build mono red Storm decks, and you know, if you're one of those people, that's great. I am not one of those people. Because, like, there's some element of, like, they can be really powerful and they can go wild, but I think you just also have to be comfortable with, like, you can get halfway into something and just whiff. I think that's a thing you have to live with. We'll play the Commercial District. We'll get the old Surveil Hunger of the Howl pack. I really want Hunger of the Howl pack, but, oh, man. I do think we got to get to another land. I'm going to put that in the graveyard. This is a really cute card. Just creatures die for a lot of reasons, and you can drop +3/+3, potentially +6/+6 on Kalamax, and that is a lot of pumping for 1 mana. See what everyone else playing. Lyra, what's this one? Guahir, Greatest of Eagles, Bird Noble. And wow, we have 3 mono white opponents. That is gonna be interesting. Heliod the Radiant Dawn. Alright, let's read the bird guy. Guahiri, Greatest of Eagles. Flying, whenever it attacks, target attacking creature gains flying until end of turn. Cool. At the beginning of each end step, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, create a 3/3 bird. Flying, whenever this creature attacks, target creature gains flying until end of... Okay, so you can make like your entire team flying. And it looks like they might be doing like a Soul Sisters kind of thing. That's interesting. I don't know if it's good. I'd have to see that. Maybe we'll get a look. Maybe we'll get a decent look at it this game. I'm not sure. But that is interesting. There's a Yavimaya Hollow. Yeah, we just play the Hollow. And we'll pass. Three mono white decks. I do feel like I have an advantage over the 3 mono white decks as someone who has played a lot of mono white. Now, there's a lot of ways that they can all get to us, like timely removal against us will be bad. But in general, with that kind of, that means that like opponents are just like sort of limited in what, like, they're limited in like sort of the things they can throw at us, right? Because mono white is usually going to be some semblance of like permanents and creatures without haste, typically. Mask of Memory, I'm jealous. Yep, so jealous. Flintlock taking a cue from me. Getting the old mask going. Oh, why don't we have a Mask of Memory? But yeah, like mono white just has like a very narrow band of things that it kind of does, and you know, more so than like if these two like, you know, if you have a white deck, a green deck, and like, I don't know, a multicolor deck of some other kind, right? There's just like a wider variety of threats that will be presented to you. Oh, is this blue white? Oh, that one's blue white. Okay, I didn't see that. My bad. Okay, that'll throw a wrinkle into things, and the blue player will have some trickiness. There's an As Foretold. That's always used fair, right? Fair magic card. Ancient Animus. We don't have anything else to do, so I'm just going to play that ramp spell now. No reason to really hang on to it, because we're going to have a lot to do after Kalamax gets into play. So we'll just take the ramp now. Tons of green in hand. That one makes red, yeah, so I guess we get a forest. Did anyone do the, what is it? We're on pre-releases now? Is that what's happening? I don't even know what that means because I haven't followed like Wizards marketing of anything of late. Oketra's Monument, solid, very solid. Were there actual like events at the shop? I don't even know. I'm like that much out of the loop. What is a pre-release? Someone explained it to me. Yeah, a lot of mono white staples so far. Minas Tirith, Oketra, Zamaria. All good stuff. We should read this Heliod. Enters the battlefield. Return target enchantment card that isn't a god from your graveyard to your hand. Transform it. What's on the backside? You may cast spells as though they had flash. Spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each card your opponents have drawn this turn. Interesting. I don't know what to do with that, but... Ooh, that's a Lauren. I would go after the As Foretold, personally. I've seen some things happen with that card. I'm making my case for As Foretold. Oketra's is very good. As Foretold, can be busted. But he's also saying that Lyra comes down next turn. Oh, yeah, they can also get the As Foretold back with Heliod. Well, you're going to have to make that decision then. It does slow them down, at least, right? And keeps them off the free casting, because free casting, kind of a nightmare. Yeah, they go for the Oketra's Monument, so not wanting to deal with the Angels. Yeah, and so Oketra's becomes stronger later into the game. I think the As Foretold will be a problem earlier into the game. Now, it does throw the Lyra down there, and Lyra's just big and lifelinky, and that is a whole thing. Our deck doesn't love mass life gain. We can do commander damage, and I guess reasonably we can do commander damage, but we'd prefer if opponents did not gain massive amounts of life. A lot of, like, a good Boros combat deck, and I probably don't care that much, but this deck's a little finicky, and, you know, we want to keep people in, like, Chandra's Ignition range and stuff like that. Iron Maiden. The beginning of each opponent's upkeep deals X damage to that player, where X is the number of cards in their hand minus 4. Oh, I always forget how this works. Really wish it would change the wording on these to be less confusing. Okay, so we lose 2, so it's damage for each card over 4. Yep. Force of Vigor. Yep, that might be coming in handy at some point. Play the Scalding Tarn. Let's get Kalamax. Soul Warden will trigger. And we will pass. Yeah, sadly no way to tap him right now. Next turn, though, we have a lot of cheap stuff that we can do, and that makes me very excited. This one, put a counter on target creature you control, gains reach, trample, hexproof, and indestructible. That's a great protection effect. Did I start Invincible? No, I haven't really watched that much TV. The little bit of TV that I did watch, I finished, what's that show? It'll come to me. The Ultimatum, Season 3. And just started Drive to Survive. Because Drive to Survive is awesome. It's all the parts of Formula 1 that I love, without the parts that I don't like. Mostly I just like the drama. Mask of Memory for Jeff. Any baseball people in here today? Because I haven't watched that much baseball the past, like, 2 years or so. But I used to be a real big baseball guy. The Yankees put up 20 runs and hit 8 home runs today. 9? 8 or 9. They set a bunch of different records for... Who gets the draw? Jeff's going to get the draw. They set a bunch of records for, like, most home runs in, like, 3 innings, and I think in a game, and some other craziness. That was wild. Anyway. Yeah, Lauren is insanely good. You know what? Maybe we'll play that deck again after this, if, depending on how I'm feeling. I don't know that my energy levels are going to hold out super long here, but, go Tigers. I'm still mad about that time in 2006 that the Tigers knocked the Yankees out of the playoffs. Anyone remember that? Because I remember that. Lotus Veil. Healer of the Pride. We should build an Owling Mine deck. Whatever happened to those? Although giving your opponent's cards in Commander is probably pretty dangerous, but... Soul Warden, still doing its thing. with a Mask of Memory. Yeah, so we got a cute little life gain deck here, and yeah, if they gain life, make some birds, and then give all this stuff flying later on, doesn't seem awful. As foretold, yep, ticking up. 2 is a dangerous one, at least in the sense of like they probably have something at 2. Has work once each turn. You may pay 0 rather. Yeah, okay, so it's at any point during the turn. Once each turn. Ooh, yeah. So that's every turn. That can cause some headaches. Skyscribing, what? Yeah, I'll take 2 extra cards. We'll crack this thing. And we have the Triumph. We'll get a Triumph. I haven't seen this thing in a long time. This used to show up in like Emperor. Ooh, Scarg the Rage Pits. Got some trample if we need it. Also got our land drops lined up like that too. I should read all the modes on this thing. 2 counters on target creature, gains trample. Until end of turn, target creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw 2 cards. Okay, so we can draw 2 cards with it, potentially 4. But we do have a mostly full hand, so I don't know that we necessarily need to do that in this exact second. Ooh, Betrayal at the Vault. That's the new card. So we'll play Scarg the Rage Pits. We will attack into the blue-white deck, because blue-white. Oh, nope, that's not correct. Can I not attack over there? Oh, there we go. Send the old Kalamax over there. That's a protection one. I think that we should be saving that one also. I think we should be saving all this stuff. I guess Force of Vigor is really the only one that might be worth casting this turn, but like I want to hit as foretold. There's some Mask of Memories out there and stuff. We haven't seen if like another really nasty enchantment shows up. Ooh, we do have 8 cards in hand though. Well, that being the case, yeah. I guess we just play the Force of Vigor because we have 8 cards in hand. We got to get rid of one. So I'll start with As Foretold and Thran Dynamo. Try to tap my lands optimally here. Use Scarg, and that we're leaving the Triome up so we have all of our colors of mana as we need them. We get a copy of Force of Vigor, and that'll be the Iron Maiden. And we'll hit Flintlock's Mask of Memory, because that seems to be doing a little too much. Yeah, to think I almost cut this. That is a lot of nastiness. That is a 4 for 1. And that is beautiful. Pass the turn. Kalamax out here to make friends. Make sure you guys hit the like button, by the way. It does help with the viewership. Let's see. 5 mana, they can slam Lyra. Oop, there's a land tax. That tells me that they're probably out of lands, because I probably slam. Oh, like, okay, they're gonna go Stormheim Aspirant. That makes sense. I can get down with that. And a Righteous Valkyrie. Okay, yeah, solid turn. Solid turn. Problem with this deck is you have to leave up priority all the time. I do like to be able to just like tap out an F6 and, you know, go get a drink while everyone else is taking their turn. Not with this deck. See what Flintlock's got for us. Yeah, I've been wanting to get back to Lauren playing that deck again because that deck is like, I don't want to say it's good, but it's so annoying. It's like mono white control basically. It just like, just kind of a headache to face because you blink Lauren and then you pop something, and if you turn like, if you have what's the thing that turns stuff into artifacts, then you can pop any permanent, and yep, it's just a good time. It doesn't win particularly fast, but uh, it does cause a lot of frustration on the part of your opponents, and sometimes that's fun. Soul's Attendant, we got Soul Sisters. Hey, Soul Sister, ain't that Mr. All right, it's all stuck in all of your guys' heads now. It's going to be stuck in my head the rest of the night, too. We're all screwed now. Also, don't copyright me. Liquid metal coating, that's the one. It's weird, like, since I kind of took my big break of playing Magic, like, I still remember, like, the function of the cards, but remembering their names now is just, like, brutally difficult. Lauren coming our way, I'm sure we deserve that. I am sure we deserve that. Something. Oop, yep, they make a bird and then they gain a bunch more life, and yep. Wildness over there. Okay. So we have 2 mana. We'll see what the blue-white deck does right here. We got rid of As Foretold, and I feel pretty good about that. Does slow the pace down. That's the protection spell. Do we start fighting stuff? Like, fighting the... Yeah, there's probably some stuff over here worth fighting. Or maybe we do this thing. What is this? Return up to 1 target creature or planeswalker to its owner's hand. I bet that's going to be us. So we might be on the protection spell here. Turn an artifact or... Yep, they're going to try to go us, so that is why we run the protection spells. I think I'll hold on to my tempo. Thank you very much. So, there. Ooh, Witch's Clinic is also good. No, I don't have any. This is red. What does one do? Rune deals damage to target creature equal to the number of lands you control. Okay, that's a single shot though, and it's a sorcery. So that's probably more of a last-ditch effort kind of thing. Let's get the Witch's Clinic, and that lifelink is very helpful to keep around. Yeah, I think we'll take a shot into Flintlock here. Flintlock does seem to have the most going. We can use Scarred to give Kalamax Trample as needed. Yeah, I probably should have played Nylea. Whoops. It's a better way to do that. What are all the modes in this one again? Oh, this can do trample. Maybe we do this thing and get the card draw. See if he's interested in blocking. Yes. So it would be 3 for the counters, 4 for the trample, 5 for all the modes. Which doesn't leave like a ton of extra mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we'd have theoretically 1 additional spell after that. Yeah, it seems worth it. Might as well do it. How does this work? Trample. Pay for all this. Kalamax. Copy it. Yeah, Trash the Town looks really good for this deck, too. They're going to make the blue deck draw a card. Yep, that's not great. Always worried about the instants and stuff. Same targets. Kalamax gets bigger. Kalamax gets bigger. Kalamax gets bigger. It's now a 13/13. Ten commander. They go down to 44, and we'll draw 2 cards twice. There's a Factor Fiction. Oh god, there's more modes on that one I gotta read. Oh my god, we have so much stuff. Ooh, this has no max hand size. Do we go no max hand size to... Yeah. I don't want to give up all the stuff. Because, like, the only protection we have left is Regenerate. And, Regenerate is good, but it misses a lot of things, especially against white board wipes. A lot of exile in white now. Also some that just say you can't regenerate. So we'll hang on to all of our stuff. We draw a Chaos Warp. Could be good for keeping us alive. I do hope we get to untap with Kalamax, because we have so many tools at our disposal. We have a lot of the ramp. Well, we have at least 1 ramp. What's this one do? This one, fighting life gain and more counters. Also good stuff. But yeah, getting the ramp here is going to be good. Also, man, 2 lands and 4 counters seems like a good time to me. Here come the angels. Dazzling Angel. Another creature you control enters, gain 1 life. There's got to be quite a few of these type of effects by now. Like Soul Warden's kind of the best one because it's all creatures, but it'd be interesting to make like a full Soul Sisters deck of just all this type stuff. You went to a Train concert one time? It was really good. Yeah, that dude can sing. Dude can sing. Kalamax getting huge. Yeah. Are you using any power doublers in this deck? No, I probably should be. But I've been like, there are a lot of ways to improve this deck. I'm kind of just building it in a way that makes me laugh the most, which tends to be a lot of these, like, 1 mana +1/+1 counter type cards. Because, like, more often than... most of the time, these things really not playable in Commander for the most part. In this deck, they can actually be pretty good. There's Lyra. Now all the angels have lifelink. Yep. That's going to be a thing. It's going to be a thing. Yeah, I would really like to get that ramp spell down. We could use the extra mana. We have so many cards now. How's that work again? Enters draw a card to max hand. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've drawn more than one card this turn, put X counters on it, where X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn minus 1. So we need to draw a couple. We could opt. Why is everyone coming after us? I know why. Because dinosaur big. Yeah, that's going to be some damage and a Mask of Memory. We're going to want to think about that Witch's Clinic at some point. Get the old lifelink going. We'll be on 8 mana. Yeah, our limiting factor here is just like mana to get cards out of our hand. We just need more mana. I had thought about like putting a ritual or two in the deck for that sort of thing, but I think they got cut at some point. This unfortunately puts the lands in tapped, which is not the best. Where can you find this deck list? I meant to put this up, and I didn't. Here, while we're waiting, we could probably... We do this. We do that. We do that. We overwrite it. We go to the deck lists. We do this. We go to tapped out. We get asked for a stupid pin thing. We check on the game while we're doing all of this. Nope, stuff's still happening. Still waiting. Where's my thinger? Trying to figure out which one it is. I cannot figure it out. Oh, maybe it's... Haha. More birds happening. Actually, I think we already have Kalamax. Should already have Kalamax up here. So if we go to there. Yeah. Edit this. Do this. Do that. Do that. Do that. How do I get this in the description? The deck list is now in the description. Turnabout! Oh no. I'm sure I'm not going to like this. Oh, okay, they're untapping. Oh, they're doubling up their mana. It's not great. Amanatu's Augury. Ugh. Ugh. That's not a card that makes me happy. Ooh, opponent's got a Shattered Angel? I always want to run Shattered Angel because it seems like you can gain absurd amounts of life with it if you get it down early enough. And then I never do because it's a 5-mana 3/3 and just in an Angel deck that gets usurped pretty quickly. That's a Zatalpa. Ugh. That's, well, we have the Chaos Warp. Without Chaos Warp, that would normally be a pretty tough one for us to get through. Depending on how... Ooh, Swords is definitely going to hit us, though. Definitely going to be a Swords in our direction. Yeah, because, like, Swords does the most to us. Swords doesn't do as much against everyone else. Yep, Swords on Kalamax. Back to the command zone. Finale of Glory. Ooh, now kind of need a board wipe. Oh, wait. Oh, that's an X-Spell. Yeah, X-Spells don't do anything when you cast them for free. Okay. Curse of Swine, also an X-Spell. Oh, Teferi's Puzzle Box would be not great. Not great. On the other hand, oh, they're not going to go for the Puzzle Box, it looks like. On the other hand, we kind of just need a board wipe. Maybe we can get the one with Fact or Fiction. That is the problem with this deck. Is that if Kalamax goes down, it is a big problem. We could use one of those things that allows Kalamax to tap easily. Oh, that's each end step? Oh my. Okay. Yeah, the each end step business there does seem pretty good. That's a pretty threatening board, honestly. Yeah, Springleaf Drum would be a nice pickup off the top. That is not a Springleaf Drum. Play the Forest. Yeah, opponent gains a life. I think we opt. Wilderness Reclamation can get some stuff done. Put Scry one, yeah, put on top. That doubles up our mana, which we pretty badly need in this moment. So what was it? Kalamax is going to be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Doesn't leave us with a lot. So I think we go... Wilderness Reclamation. Yeah, Wilderness Reclamation sit on Chaos Warp. I think that's the... Is there anything else we can do? What does this one do? I know what we can do. With the trigger on the stack, we're going to Fertilid's Favor. Okay, so there's our untap trigger. And so we're going to float a bunch of mana. I love Kalamax in my Jeskai Angels deck. Kalamax with a Chroma Vision of Ixidor is gross. Uh, Not Kalamax, is Altalpa. Uh, yeah. So after I played this the last time, I was joking that it would be awesome to see a Feather Kalamax team up because they both kind of like play the same sort of cards, and also that would just be like incredibly ridiculous from a flavor standpoint, which makes me very happy. Choose target player, and we're not going to give anything some counters. Use the colorless mana. Get more lands. Let's get the forest. Just there's so many green pips in our hand. This is where an Aetherize would be good. You know what I should do? I should add the red instant speed board wipes. Although I guess there's a lot of flyers here, so like Magma Quake Fault Line wouldn't do as much. Inferno. Inferno's very expensive though. But yeah, maybe we need instant speed red board wipe just so we can make that decision like late if we need to hold stuff up or do other things. Think about adding more board control like mass bounce, not just Chandra's ignition. So we have this betrayal at the vault, which is supposed to be filling that role. We have volcanic offering fills a similar role. Those aren't true board wipes. They're like 4-for-1 kind of things. And then we have Blasphemous Act, Chandra's ignition. I think I had Aetherize in here last time, and it must have got pulled out for more jank. More jank. Yeah, but we could probably use a third traditional board wipe would be probably a good idea. I'm a fan of the one where you roll a d12, make treasures, and deal damage to creatures. Which one is that? Roll a d12. Let's see what comes up. Reckless Endeavor, unfortunately, not on Magic Online. It is a sorcery, though. That does look legit, though. So let's say, I don't know, let's say you rolled like a 5. You would do 5 damage and then get 5 mana back? Legit. Valkyrie Harbinger, huh? Could use that Veilstone Amulet if we got that into play, although I guess we did tap out. Well, if we had Veilstone, we probably don't tap out for this, but... Ooh, Nykthos doing work now. Yeah, there's a lot of angels in play. Book of Exalted Deeds is a good one with the life gains. Is Delayed Blast Fireball an MTGO? Let's find out. I think it is. I really want Sword of Hours to come on Magic Online. Yes, it is. Problem is you have to play it from exile to get the... I guess you can foretell it. It's not awful. It's not awful. Oh, yeah, because you get... Oh, if you double it? Yeah, that might be worth adding. That might be worth adding. You just... Although, I guess... Oh, no. That is a Sarah's Emissary choosing... Creatures? Or do you choose instant? Creature or instant are both good choices. They choose creatures, so they can get through to Zatalpa, they can get through Flintlock's nonsense. There are now many things that need to be removed. I'm hoping that, like... Well, the problem is this isn't enough damage to, like, actually take anyone out, which is concerning. Okay, he's going to go after Flintlock. Flintlock is at 90. And still climbing, so... I mean, this isn't even going to cut him in half. I'm going to make the blue-white player draw a card. Almost $6. Yeah, Delayed Blast Fireball. Strangely expensive. I personally like Desynchronization from Assassin's Creed. I gotta look that one up. It's a mass trigger. Desync. Nope, almost got it. Return each non-land permanent that's not historic to its owner's hand. Oh yeah, that seems legit. We'll bring that in. That seems legit. Won't stop the commanders from killing you, but does stop stuff like this. Notably, that'll be 7 commander on the mono white player, and they have 2 very good blockers because they got protection from creatures, but they can just go wide around them. Yeah, I mean, there's also, because, like, Flintlock also has a ton of life and is, like, a growing army. And they're going to be able to go so wide that, like, that damage actually is kind of scary. I like this because now, like, God, Sarah's Emissary is so good. But, like, now... This might create a window where people don't attack us. Because, like, killing us just doesn't feel like it does that much and kind of leaves other people open. Jeff had just hit 100. Turn 8. Yeah, the turns are getting long now. I don't know that, like, most of the games I've played of late have not gone to turn 8. Or if they do, like, turn 8 is only like a 1v1, right? Like, two players are usually dead by that point. In probably like 75% of the games I've played, Takasha's welcome. Got to get the value. Caretaker's talent. Oh god, the token, when that gets pumped up, oh no. That's potentially going to be a lot of damage. Watched an older video on Ashling and it reminded me on a game with Dihada plus an Ashling using her bomb to gain like 200 life. Yeah. I mean, when I play Ashling, I'll routinely go above 100 life. Like, that's 100's a pretty easy mark to get to with Ashling and Lifelink. Because if you get, like, generally speaking, by the time you get about 5 to 6 counters on Ashling, there's 20 targets at the table. So, you know, what, at least 17 creatures and 3 players. So, yeah, getting to 100, not hard. I've gotten to 150 was a big marker that I got to. And I think I got to 200 one time. I think I got to like 218 or something like that. Sarah's Ascendant. See what Flintlock's thinking. Just the commander. Nah, I can live with that. That's fine. So they're worried about the Angel Army. Umazawa's is a little scary. We will need to get Kalamax pumped up to get him out of... well, 2 counters is okay, but 4 counters is a magic number that I don't care for. I guess if we have enough mana, we can Scarred the Rage Pits, but that's not like a particularly effective thing. So we don't have mana for that. That's a lot of mana. Yeah, a lot of effects going off now. A lot of effects. If the blue-white player just wanted to like drop a board wipe and like nuke everything, that'd be good. That'd be real good. Farewell, I could get down with. Exile the saga and return it transformed. Let's see what the backside is. Flying. Whenever you cast a spell, your opponents can't cast spells with the same mana value as that spell until your next turn. Oh no. That has the potential to do a lot of damage. Four would be particularly bad. We need to get this Factor Fiction and Kalamax back in play. 3 is also bad because that's kind of what's keeping us alive. Well, there's the 4. That is unfortunate. So no Kalamax, which means we do need a Factor Fiction right now. Is that a static effect? Like if I Chaos Warp this, that means we still probably can't cast it, right? These do not solve our issues. This one's a protection spell, but we can't recast Kalamax right now, and that's kind of a problem. What does this one do? Creatures with power 3 or less can't block. I think we go for the top pile. Yeah, can't cast four CMC spells is a real problem. I think that also kills Mizzix Mastery. Yep. We can cast this ramp spell, so we might as well do that. What are the other creatures in the deck? Archmage. No, we can't cast that one. As foretold, yep. They're going to transform that. Let's just... No, maybe we'll wait. You may cast spells as though they had flash. Yep, that's pretty disgusting. We're going to ramp again. Get a mountain. Yeah, the can't cast spells. That is pretty bad. Pretty bad. Interestingly, we can protect ourselves with this by phasing something out. Should it come to that. Iron Maiden is back. That's a 3. That's bad. So, I wonder if one of our two opponents has to, like, just go over and kill the blue-white deck now, because, like, they're in a position where they can, like, basically lock down all of the casting. And that's a whole thing. Back to our turn. There's the Iron Maiden. And this is what we were talking about with, like, diversity of effects. It's the blue deck that's really causing issues for us. The white deck is just, like, kind of, whatever. Play the mountain. Attempt to cast Kalamax. We cannot. Yep. Yep. It's pretty bad. Things are pretty bad. What is going to be, I can't imagine we get another turn. Because the problem is now the only thing we have is slip out the back. Chaos Warp can't be cast right now. You know what? I'm going to set a stop so that we can phase this thing out during opponent's turn if they don't die. Yeah, don't love the can't cast spells. That's pretty bad. Okay, so he has a ton of lands in hand. Jake is describing a scenario where you grab 3 with land tax and then draw a land off the top. I don't know if it's bias or what, but I am convinced that that happens more often than it should statistically on Magic Online. I tried to sit there and like recreate it once, and I like couldn't do it in that situation, but there's something about it that doesn't feel right because it seems to happen far more than it should. You know, especially by the time, because they'd already pulled like 10 lands out of the deck, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And like when that happens, especially if you're mono white, then like you're hosed, right? Like you have no action in your hand. You have a lot of lands. Yeah, see what he's thinking. Everything into Flintlock. We can pump Lyra up like 1, maybe 2. He's on 7. Yeah, we can't pump Lyra enough in any. Can't pump Lyra enough for it to be meaningful. Honestly, you know what the better attack there is? Send Lyra into Flintlock, send everything else over to the blue-white deck. Just go on the kill him with commander damage plan. Mask trigger. Flintlock to 66-14 commander. Jeff to 145. Giada. So I just sent a little deal over to Flintlock if he wants to kill the blue-white deck. Then I can help him get through Jeff. Jeff's going to activate the Minas Tirith. Matt, thanks for joining. I don't know how much of a second half of this game there's going to be. We'll see. We'll see. Real question is, we used up a lot of our card draw. Like, double factor fiction's insane. The one factor fiction was kind of like, meh, it's fine. But we didn't quite get to what we need to. Because, like, individual fight spells don't do great against the large, like, token army that's existing over here. On the other hand, I guess we can try to just make Kalamax really big. Make Kalamax really big and lifelinky and try to get there with, like, commander damage and stuff like that. Still doesn't seem great. Uh-oh. Flintlock's going to use the Book of Exalted Deeds on this Mutavault so that it has an Enlighten counter and says you can't lose the game and your opponents can't win the game. So they're very much going to be needing our help. Chaos Warp will deal with that. Weathered Wayfarer. We've drawn pretty well this game. 66. I guess that. Well, the white decks have drawn well too, also. But yeah, it's not been for like lack of cards. We basically got Time Walk twice, once with Kalamax going down, the other with this Living Breakthrough. This can draw a card, so because like right now we're still just in a problem where we're like we just need to keep looking at more and more cards. The effects like don't end. Also, I'm worried about this game crashing now. We're now at a point where like so many triggered abilities have gone off that it is a concern. By the way, while I'm not as excited for the next pre-release as the original Tarkir, I do love the new sieges. Yeah, I saw one of them. I haven't seen all of them, but I do like the mechanic on them. Choosing the like the faction, I guess. What do they call them in Tarkir? I don't remember. But yeah, like choosing. Yeah, I think they're really cool as well. I like how they did them. At least the one I've seen, anyway. Makes a 4/4. The Boros one is gas. I gotta look that. Oh, that's the. Yeah, I think that's the one I saw. I think that is the one that I saw. Prosperity. Each player draws 8 cards. Oh, that's not good. Well, 1 mana has now about to go down. Windcrag Siege, Mardu. Creature attacking causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control. Triggered again. Yeah, that's so good. At the beginning of your upkeep, create a 1/1 red goblin token. It gains lifelink and haste. Yeah. Yeah, no, that is very much up my alley. Is this X9 or is this X1? How does this affect us? X is 8. Okay. 8 drops I'm not too worried about. Ozolith, more bounce, Nature's Lore, Path of Ancestry. Kind of need something that taps. Retreat to Kazandu. Can tap our commander. That's important. Swiftfoot Boots can also do the same thing. Gilded Lotus, so 5 about to go down. Yeah, I mean, they basically locked like most of 3, 4, and 5 are gone at the moment. We have a ramp spell that we can play, so we'll probably try to do that. Even with all that card draw, we still didn't quite get to things that solve the problem. Oh, we can't cast the we can't cast the thing because 3's gone. That's frustrating. That's frustrating. Stormherd. How do they have mana for all this? Spells cost 1 less, but I don't understand where their mana's coming from. Oh my god. Oh, this game's definitely going to crash now. Yeah, anyway, Windcrag Siege looks incredibly cool. Yeah, we do need more traditional removal in this deck, I think. Flintlock's going to go to a very high life total. Now I have something in my eye. Ugh. Don't mind me. Just gonna do a little of this while. While we wait for all this. We're on 11 lands on turn. I guess it'll be 9 when it comes to us. Which isn't awful. So, I mean, I guess the big problem... Well, we've drawn a ton, and we lost our commander, which is a big mana play to get back. This is one of those epic music fast forward moments in the regular videos. Yeah, sitting through these things. Oh my god. At some point I learned to just like stop commentating, and you're just like, all right, yeah, we're just gonna do the fast forward thing through all of this, because oh my god. You know what we should do is put up a little poll if we think the game's going to crash from all these triggers. Will the game crash from life gain triggers? The poll is up. Let me know if you think we're actually going to see anything beyond these triggers in this game. Five votes for yes. How's it going? For me, terribly. Also, I'm fairly sure this game's going to crash from all these triggers, but, you know. We're hanging in there. Hanging in there. We're getting there. We are getting there. Almost got them all resolved. This is going to make more things trigger, though, which I don't love. Flintlock now at 131. If I knew everyone was going to be gaining this much life, I would have brought some sort of Boros deck with Aurelia, Gisela, True Conviction, Adriana sort of nonsense. No life total is safe. Are we going to get Dinosaur Week 3 with the announcement of the new Jurassic World? Possibly. Very possibly. It may just be streams, though. I don't know. There's just not time in my schedule right now to be editing videos, because I talked about it last stream. It takes about 7 hours, give or take, to film, edit, and upload, and like do a thumbnail and all that. And like, I just don't see that kind of time in my schedule anymore. So, yeah, I might do them as live streams, but that's something I've been thinking about. Also been thinking about the Jurassic Park decks. I never really got to explore as many of them as I wanted to. So I was thinking about doing Indominus Rex tonight, but I'm still fighting a cold and my head kind of hurts. So just like, I didn't feel like starting a brand new deck from nothing, and just kind of a lot of effort. Solitary Confinement. Oh my. Prevent. Oh god. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to you. Wonderful. Wonderful. And we can't cast anything. So that's great. Yeah, don't like this at all. Don't like this at all. That's still Jeff's turn. God, that's ridiculous. I don't understand how they got all the mana for this stuff, though. Because they cast a Storm Herd, this thing. Are these all coming off the, like, the augury or something? I really don't understand. Could use one of those damage can't be prevented sort of situations. Although really we just need to be able to cast spells is kind of what needs to happen. Flintlock's turn. 24 cards. Oh, they're trying to kill people with Iron Maiden. I see what's happening. That is actually a concern. We're at 30. And we have 16 cards in hand. We're going to lose a lot of life on that. What spells can we actually still cast? Sun Titan. Vesuva Copy Ameria? What's this? This is Strip Mine. Seems valuable. That gets rid of the Mutavault situation. We can still phase out the thing that's messing up our life. Really need enchantment removal for the confinement so that Flintlock can get the damage through. Strip Mine on the Mutavault land, yeah. Gets rid of that layer of protection. That's a true conviction. Unfortunately, we're the only real target for that. I guess they can just leave them all as blockers. They can get more counters on this thing, which can minus more stuff. Celestial Force. Nice. Oh, yeah, I built a deck around the forces once. Do I think this list is low on tappers for Kalamax? Yes, it is feeling like that in this moment as we've drawn almost half the deck and have not found one. Yep, looks like we may need more tappers. That is a thing. I was debating on the second land that like you can just tap to make a mana with Kalamax. I should probably add that in because that's a very free way to do that, and it feels very bad when you're in this situation. You're just like, what do we do? Also, just like Springleaf Drum is probably the best if you can get that down early, just because like it's cheap and easy. Yeah, opponent's going to send the commander at us. Literally, his creatures do nothing against the other two opponents. Everyone has pillow forted very hard. This will put us on 15 commander, which we want to be careful about. Okay, they're going to kill the breakthrough, thank God. There's a problem where they just come kill us in the air. I guess if they do that, we Chaos Warp. They're solitary confinement, so one of the other two should kill them. We might be able to get a few instants out of our hand during their turn, which would be good. Oh my God, the life gain. Also, I knew I should have just like dropped the blue-white deck early in the game. Although, what we put? We put 10 commander. We wouldn't have killed them. We would just made them angry, I guess. Solitary confinement. Okay, we can like actually at least cast a few things, so that's exciting. Return target spell or non-land permanent to its owner's hand. That's helpful. We do need to be concerned about the Iron Maiden. Teferi is not a card that makes me happy. More mana for opponent. Or shenanigans. Either way, I'm not thrilled. Yep. I mean, high likelihood they come and just kill us, but then there's a lot of go wide in the air, so they probably need the blockers also. Ordered your Ocelot Pride, Exemplar of Light, and Trouble in Pairs. Can't wait for Tuesday to play them. Nice. Nice. Yeah, bunch of stuff coming our way. Yeah, that's what we get for we didn't kill the blue-white deck and Jeff didn't kill the blue-white deck, and now so we're going to die. But before we go, we are going to get rid of solitary confinement. Actually, we might be able to survive. On very low life. Tough with it as a Zatalpa. Opponent's gonna windfall, huh? What could get us out of this? I mean, phase out the Zatalpa. We don't have enough blue. Wow. Our blue man is terrible. Yeah. I guess we can't use this one then. Anything that saves us. Volcanic offering, maybe? Just non-basic lands only. That's unfortunate. Opponents only played basics. Ooh, artifact mutation kills the thingy, but we still gotta worry about the tokens. Opponent's gonna Arcane Denial. It's unfortunate. We will shoot the Iron Maiden. I think that's all we can do. Yeah, we're apparently very weak to flying tokens. Or just probably tokens in general. Um, I think we can survive at 2. Or like maybe even 1. Well, 1 is something. Just long enough for a blasphemous act. So that's down. Yeah, I mean, we got a volcanic offering. Choose non-basic land. God, there's just no way we'd have enough mana to Mizzix Mastery. If we did, that would be so silly. might kill one of the guys attacking us. Do we survive at 1? What happens if we overload the thing? Ooh, we would get Force of Vigor, which can get rid of the solitary confinement. Ugh, Psychosis Crawler, really? We're at 1. If they draw a card, though, we're dead. And the Temple Bell, because of course. Yeah, I probably should have scooped this game like an hour ago. Wonderful. Ah, that's frustrating. It's very frustrating. It's been a long time since I've actually, like, done anything in this game. Why didn't... What did... Oh, it chose Sarah Ascendant. I see. Yeah, that's what happens when you don't kill the blue-white deck. When you, we put an attack on Flintlock. It wouldn't have killed the blue-white deck, but it was like 10 commander or something like that. That would have brought him down lower. And then Jeff had that big attack into Flintlock, but all he needed to do was just go commander and then send everything else over there. And then this sort of stuff happens. It's frustrating. Pretty frustrating. There's a Mind's Dilation. Where is their mana? How are they casting all of this stuff? I really don't understand. Like... Am I missing something? Oh. Spells you cast cost 1 less for each card your opponents have drawn this turn. There we go. That's what's doing it. Still, though, isn't that... It's on the backside. Shouldn't be doing the... Yeah, that's frustrating. It does mean we need more tapping and more protection. Need to get rid of a non-basic land. I can get rid of Alchemist Refuge. I guess we could... Yeah, it gives you a way to flash Kalamax in. Get rid of Stomping Ground, I guess. And then... Yeah, maybe a, what's it called? Magma quake? I guess you could also just put constant mists in the deck. Yeah, maybe constant mists. Yeah, constant mists. I'll get rid of the twinning staff. I mean, someone's got to have removal for the solitary confinement, otherwise they do literal nothing. I'm going to play a game out of frustration, because I'm frustrated. Because we lost the ability to cast after a while. Not thrilled about that. Gotta get rid of something. Fist of Flame. I think Fist of Flame's only good if things are already going really well. Let me get rid of that one. And then I might try this Cassandra Eaglebearer deck somewhere. Because I'm not thrilled about how that last game just went down. What the? Am I planning on playing on Commander Mustard again? No, I need to edit the videos for Commander Mustard. I have no idea when I'm going to do that, but I do have those videos filmed, and I would like to do that. There's an Angel of the Ruins. So hopefully this is Jeff's, and hopefully gets rid of the solitary confinement. Why isn't the Soul Ring search working? There. Yeah, we'll fire up another game against all better judgment. Oh, rewind. Yep. Yeah, this is what we get. You leave the blue-white deck alive. That's what you get. Makes 14 white mana. Heliod's Intervention. I wanted... Ooh, X9. Getting a Propaganda, Mind's Dilation. I like Heliod's Intervention, but the game's gotten so fast now that it's, like, tough to sink the mana into it. What? Yep. Of course, more counters. All right. We're just going to do some blazing aggro and drop some people as quick as humanly possible. 2 lands of the Stoneforge Mystic. We can make that work. Sieger Legion Emperor. Tetsuo Imperial Champion. And Brutaclad. Great. So much waiting. Why can't we just go? Been waiting for like an hour. They haven't done anything in the game. God. Yep. We go first, thank God. Spectator seating. Just bouncing back and forth between games. Oops. Yeah, man, it's frustrating. It's frustrating when you can't cast spells, right? Like, every instance of you can't cast spells is super frustrating. Iona got banned. Void Winnower probably should have got banned around the time that it was popular. It's not super popular now, but in 2018, you could have sold me on the fact that Void Winnower probably should have been banned. The opponent's got the Soul Ring start. Lovely. What could be better than that? Into a Signet. Mind Stone. Fantastic. We get a third land. That is helpful. Get a Stoneforge. I think we go Mask of Memory to start. Ooh, or we get a Jite. We have a lot of things. We'll start with Mask. There's Mask. I can't see it. Does anyone see it? Is it not in the deck? Tell me it's not in the deck. Did I cut Mask of Memory? Oh, I might have cut Mask of Memory. Well then. That's not good. Get the Jit then. Oh. Oh, thank God. Whew. Thought I clicked done without selecting anything. That would have been bad. Someone's dropping a farewell. Ooh, I think that's Flintlock on all enchantments. Let's see it. Authority of the Consoles. Ivor Battle Ready. I have not actually gotten this one into play at any point. Vigilance Haste. When it attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of equipment you control to each opponent. It's not the worst thing I've ever heard of. I love being right after the control deck in the turn cycle. Yeah, that's where I was. Well, I guess I was a control deck too. So we were both after the control deck because I was also a control deck, sort of. But yeah, no, that was miserable. I spent basically about an hour just waiting to recast my commander and never got to do so. That was fantastically frustrating. Jeff, you had an opportunity. You sent that big attack into Flintlock. Where Flintlock already had like above 100 life, and you sent everything at him with the what's it called, Sarah's Emissary in play, and if you sent only the commander that way and then everything else at the blue-white player, they're either dead or on very low life, and that game goes very different for both of us. Now, there's also a world in which like maybe I should have just attacked. What we're going to do, we're going to flash in the Hearthenhome. So we'll just play the Emeria and stay put. Pass like that. Yeah, anyway, that game probably looks different for both of us. Oh, yeah, I had an attack toward Flintlock earlier because Flintlock was the threat at one point, and I sent like the 10 commander at him. I could have sent that one to the blue-white player. But yeah, our mistake there was both of us not attacking the blue-white player. That's what, especially like once they show that they're like on spell stuff, right? Then like it's not going to be a fair fight, especially like for the two of you guys playing mono white. Me, I'm blue. I at least have like some tricks in my sleeve, but yeah. Anyway, that was miserable. I'm frustrated about it. And part of me knew at the beginning of that sequence, I'm like, I'm not going to cast my commander again. I should probably scoop this game, but for the sake of like the viewing experience, Though I don't know if it was great viewing either, because I just kind of sat there frustrated announcing the game. Flintlock, get him. Isn't a Chroma's Will a Rapid Hybridize? Get him, Flintlock. Get him. What's up, Bar? Is it Bar or Barry? Barry? Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Please don't do annoying Windows things. Can remove that stop. And Flintlock sending a ton of stuff. Professional face breaker. Yep. End step. Stoneforge Mystic. Get Hearth and Home. Pure Steel Paladin is a magic card. Play the Mountain. Equip the Hearth and Home. Go to the open player. I really thought about just trying to force my way through Brutaclad anyway, but we do actually need this land in this blink. Yeah, we'll blink the Stoneforge Mystic and get more equipment in the hand. Get a... We have 2 red, so should be good on red. SFM trigger. Yeah, I think Flintlock won that one. Is he in chat? Nice job, Flintlock. I was super frustrated. I was rooting for you the whole way. I basically, as I was just telling everyone a moment ago, I basically spent the last hour just trying to recast my commander and like literally never got to do that. And part of me knew that I should probably just scoop at that point in time because I didn't think it was ever going to happen. But, ooh, this is interesting. We may try this Mjolnir. I've never gotten to try this one, so let's just grab that. Okay, so we'll go Jite this turn. Or I guess, yeah, we'll go Jite. We'll go Pure Steel right now and just hope that the Pure Steel sticks around long enough to untap. Because then next turn we can play like 3 equipment and get a lot of card draw out of it. Yeah, nice job, Flintlock. As I was explaining earlier also to Jeff, that like the mistake we made is that I and Jeff did not attack the blue-white player when we had the opportunity to do so. And like once they show that they're on like spell stuff, we should have been attacking in that direction much more handily because it's not really going to be a fair fight. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess the good news is that oh, that's on the Stoneforge. Okay, well we can go on the Pure Steel pad. Oh, you know what we can also do? We can put the Hearth and Home on there, and this will fall right off. So that's cool. Let's read this thing again because I've never actually used it. Enters, attach it to a creature. We like that. A legendary creature. We don't have any of those currently. Whenever creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls, put a stun counter on it. Deals damage each opponent equal to the number of tapped creatures that opponent controls. Nice. Would have been a lot faster and less frustrating if you'd drawn any of your removal earlier. Yeah, I had the removal, but I lost access to it with the stupid can't cast spells thing. The can't cast spells thing is really what put me in a bad mood. Everything else was like fairly digestible, and but yeah, you can't cast spells. Stop the commander, stop the chaos warp that I'd been sitting on for a while, and that was all a bad time. I should probably read what some of this is. This all looks disgusting. You can put an artifact with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield. It's going to be a Hammer of Nazan. What does this do? Deals damage equal to the highest mana value amount of equipment to any target. Oh, so tell me we're going to lose the Pure Steel Paladin? You may cast an instant or sorcery spell from your hand among the mana value of the highest mana value of equipment attached to... Eee. That all seems kind of disgusting, actually. I should probably, like, deal with some of that. This going over there. If that hadn't been there, I was going to use the board wipe of Johnny. Nice. That would have been a cool play. I've seen that one once or twice. Yeah. Okay, Pure Steel's going to go down. That's bad. That was the big part of our plan here. So maybe I should have held the Pure Steel. Maybe I should have actually read this thing. They are open, though, and I'm going to slam into them as hard as I can now, because that's annoying. Unfortunately, this does not have the colors to protect against that. We're a ways away, but we do have a Hearth and Home, so we can get enough mana with a Mary to get this thing back eventually, but that's going to take a while. You're excited to watch my perspective later, as I've been wanting to show off the Eagles deck for almost a year now. Yeah, dude, you gained a lot of life and you put a lot of bodies on the board, and like my only real answer to get through you was like basically just unblockable commander damage. I didn't have a lot of other options, and like I didn't necessarily have all those things ready to go. Yeah, it did a lot of stuff, a lot of value. It was cool. There's a Brutaclad in play now, and that's not a great time. Menace guy coming our way. Haste guy over there, yep. Nope, changes their mind. Both over there. Facebreaker. That said, I'm not commentating as hard as I normally would. Quite frankly, I'm kind of under the weather, and still, I did a little exercise earlier, and I'm like, oh, I'm still not okay. Very tired, kind of a big headache, so, yep. Yeah, so much pillow fort that game. The Sarah's Emissary, Solitary Confinement. That Heliod, man, like that level of cost reduction, not okay, in my opinion. They were casting so many spells in a turn. I'm like, where's all this mana coming from? Disgusting. I don't like that much mana cheating. What does this do? X damage to target creature. Okay, that thing will die. Midnight clock. Fighter class, we have so many equipment tutors. We have... Oh, you know what fighter class does? It gives us all the free equips. Problem is just the mana to get that going. First, equip the Hearth and Home. Get the thing to fall off. Then, yeah, with the Pierce still going down, that's pretty bad for us, honestly. We could guess Kellen. Probably better in tutor mode, though. Opponent scoops. Nice. We'll send this into there since they're open. You know what? We're gonna get the double strike thingy because double strike with Hearth and Home is kind of ridiculous. Well, I guess we're not going to protect against that. That is unfortunate. Running into a lot of removal here in the early going. What else do we have for equipment? Really kind of need more ramp. There's Bitterthorn. Sunforge is a magic card. We're a ways away from that. Feast and Famine? That one can ramp stuff. That's fun. Yeah, Feast and Famine. Crap, we have 8 cards in hand. I guess we get rid of Kellen. Yeah, we'll get rid of Kellen. Yeah, 2 removal spells, and this game is not shaping up the way that we want it to. Gonna send that over to the Brutaclad, yep. And, yep, kill the Stoneforge Mystic. Fantastic. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have blinked that after all. Well, I guess it would have died either way. That's so rare. I mean, like, Grixis is the only 3-color pair that doesn't give us... that we don't get any protection from. It's frustrating. Yeah, maybe we're using the Ivor. What's the damage in this thing? Equipment attached to it, so currently 4. This has 5 toughness. That seems relevant. Also, why they're not killing the Brutaclad, and that's a great way for both of us to get killed here. Most of us end up cutting Kellen because you only ever cast the Adventure side. Yeah, Kellen only usually comes in if the game's gone really late and you've like run out of things to do. But that's still a pretty good backup option on your equipment tutor, right? So could really use that Pure Steel Paladin back. Do we have a Sun Titan? Yes. We need free equips. Oh, you know what we can do? We can play fighter class and upgrade it. Opponent sending some attacks. Yep. Token army is getting assembled. Okay, yeah. So this turn we'll play fighter class, upgrade fighter class, and then next turn we'll play like Cassandra or something and try to do a lot of things with haste and swords and stuff. There's the land. Lands are good. And haste. That's important. But yeah, I think we just do the fighter class plan like we talked about. Protection? What do we have for... Ooh, Hammer of Nazan seems very good here. Do we keep getting our stuff killed? Yeah, let's get Hammer of Nazan. Upgrade this thing. Pass like that. Read this again. Sometimes I mess this up. Equip abilities cost 2 less to activate. Okay, so the X and Y's are all free. Yeah, it's an equipment tutor and then a creature to put the equipment on if you don't already have one, exactly, right? Now, the tempo to do all that stuff is, like, kind of tough in today's day and age, but, you know, if that card came out in 2018, it would have been amazing. Did try it on Caesar with a small equipment package with a Sun Forger to treat him like an Anthem, but that's the most he's been used for. Yep. So, this should take down the Brutaclad, thankfully. They kept shooting all of our stuff, and, like, yeah, our stuff values, but, like, Brutaclad's always one step away from winning a game if it's in play, so there's that. God, I wish we saved that Pure Steel Paladin. Would have been so good if we got that turned down. I'm hoping opponents tap out here for all the stuff that they have to do. Whenever it attacks, destroy up to one target artifact. If an artifact destroyed this way, its controller draws a card. Yee. Opponent's thinking, nope. Okay. That problem is solved. Brutaclad is an artifact, so, yep. As much as I want them to have like that safety valve against Brutaclad, I don't want them having it against us. Brutaclad is one step away from winning even when he isn't in play. Yeah, no, I agree. I've had a lot of very explosive turns happen against me from a Brutaclad. Building Teamer Dragons this week. Nice. Are you building what's the super busted one there that like copies them or something? Oh, we can end that poll now. We can end that poll. So I'm hoping they like use most of their mana just to get Brutaclad back. It'll be 8. Yeah, that should be like mostly tapped out. And then we can have like a really big turn with the swords, and that's what I'm hoping on. Hoping for the really big sword turn. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card, Power Stone. Yep. Ureni. I haven't seen Ureni. Yeah, Miriam, pretty disgusting, in my opinion. Pretty disgusting. Seven. God Pharaoh's Gift. Oh, wow. Wasn't expecting that. At the beginning of combat in your turn, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. If you do, make a 4/4 thingy of it. Hellrider is in there. That's not good. They got a Hellrider. Okay. There are some things that need to be dealt with over there. Don't know that we... Well, the Tetsuo is the one that's most likely going to be able to do something about that. Okay, they attack with everything, so they're going to be wide open, which I can appreciate. Hellrider is going to do a bunch of damage to... Is it... To the player or Planeswalker it's attacking? Okay. Yeah, kind of the built-in control there. Just attack with it, watch things die. That's exciting. This Mjolnir could be interesting if... So, like, here's how this could look. Opponent does the big thing that Brutaclad always does. We Teferi's protect against that. Then we come back with a Mjolnir and do a crap load of damage to them because they have a million tap tokens. That sounds like the secret sauce. Honestly. I should build Ivor. Maybe we'll do that. Probably doesn't look terribly dissimilar from this deck. This might be one where you go really heavy with the like the really cheap equipment. That could be an interesting way to take it instead of all my usual tricks. Another land is good. Another land is good for our cause. Opponents are mostly tapped out, which I like. Cast Cassandra. She has haste innately, which is really good. Get the Spear of Leonidas. Ooh, that comes direct. Wow, that comes directly into play. That's amazing. We can go... If this isn't removal, we can go Feast and Famine. Let's try the... Yeah, we gotta try the Feast and Famine. We started on the Feast and Famine play, we gotta try the Feast and Famine. Two treasures over there. We getting countered? Getting countered. It's unfortunate. Ideally, I'd really like to get to the... Well, that's still okay, I think. Like, it's not great. I mean, our turn would have been insane if that resolved, but... Two free equips right there. Yeah, we can't do anything else with our current mana. Whenever a creature you control with a legendary equipment attached to it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. That's also a mode that I am excited about. Yeah, give us the old double strike. Spear Leonidas. Cassandra. I haven't played this deck a ton, but the few games that I've played have been very, very surprisingly good. Right? Like that combat haste with double strike with some modal choose what you need kind of stuff. Really, really good. So yeah, we're gonna we're not gonna bounce. Oh, this will leave exactly enough mana for Teferi's protection. I like that. Okay. Plains. Get this value train going. It's a 7/7 for red, green, blue, and 4. Another planes. Draw a card. We're on 5 planes for Ameria. Command tower. 8 cards in hand. Yeah, we'll just pass like that and sit on Teferi's protection. I have a feeling Tetsuo will try to kill our commander again. We'll get rid of the command tower. And we'll Teferi's protect in response to that. Hope that they don't have counters and things. Opponent's on 10 commander. Ooh. Yeah, fighter class, so good. So good. Godo Bandit Warlord is a concern. We can Teferi's if it's a helm. It is Excalibur. We've got that one on our deck too. Do they just try and kill the other player? Oh, Tetsuo's got 10 damage. So this will definitely be lethal if they go their way. Oh, can they shoot us in the face with that? Yeah, that seems disgusting for that deck. They're going to try to blow up our thing. We're going to have Teferi's protect that. And, like, we're actually, like, in a weird spot where... Yeah, this is a weird spot, to be completely honest with you. Because we don't have, like, a great way through all that nonsense. Down they go. Fervent Champion is interesting. Play the planes. Yeah, that's indestructible, so they can just block. You know what we can't... Umezawa's. Okay. So let's get... Hammer. Free equip. The stun counter actually isn't a terrible idea. Yeah, the stun counter is not a bad idea either. We have 6 mana left, so... Things don't untap when they have stun counters, right? Also, it has 6 power, doubled is 12. I don't think we're getting all the way there. So we can go Mjolnir, Umezawas, or Conquerors. I think we go Mjolnir, Umezawas. That seems like the safest thing. There's a Fierce Guardianship. Okay. Yep. So free counter gone, but we do have the Umezawas. And I did want to get that Conqueror's Flail in at some point, too, for exactly what they just did. Use the ability. Swing with all the stuff. Voltron versus Voltron. Yeah, it's double strike time. Oh, if they block with the Godo, it's actually like a thing. Yeah, they block with Godo, and oh, they block with both. Thank God. Thank God. Oh, we caught a huge break there. If they didn't block with this, we don't get the double strike damage, and then we can't kill this thing, and then it very likely comes and kills us. We won't mess around. We'll just go ahead and kill this thing right now. Well, they have no mana up. All right. Disaster averted. Yeah, Flail first might have been the play there to bait the counter, but such is life. Because the problem is, like, with the Flail, because it's not already in play equipped, like, they can still respond to the Flail, right? And then it's sort of like, what's the point? So, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. If it would untap you and remove a stun counter instead, okay, yeah, that's exactly what we want. What does opponent have? Whenever Ivor attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of equipment you control to each opponent. Ooh, that's a deluge. Oh, got him. Got him. +2/+2, baby. So whenever you're toxic deluging, it's a good idea to go just a little bit more than you necessarily need to. Umezawa's Jite. So good. Yep, they scoop. They scoop. I'm going to do that again. That was fun. I really shouldn't because I feel awful. But part of me also wants to build Ivor. Do I have the energy in me to build Ivor? Maybe I do. Maybe I do. It's going to be like a real quick thing. Start throwing cards in the chat if you want me to build up. All right, start throwing cards in the chat. We're going to build Ivor. We're just going to copy this deck list. And I'm not going to spend like a ton of time on it. I just want to like try it out and see how it feels. Properties, Ivor. Battle ready. Yeah, that one's kind of ridiculous. Move Cassandra to the main deck. Ivor to the sideboard. What's the Ravenclaw War Axe do? Search your library for a card named Ivor. Put it in your hand if you do shuffle. Group creature has 2/0 And trample. Meh, it's okay. Trample's all right. Trample's not awful. Do we have a prophetic flames? I want a prophetic flame speaker. That we can get rid of. Ooh, this might be the Gearport Ether Grid deck. We finally gonna make that. We're gonna get a Kazul. We've got Brunor already. Kazul's Toll Collector. Armory Automaton. Next, I want to get rid of some of the bigger equipment. Let's get rid of Mjolnir. Like, I really want a lot of the super cheap equipment. A lot of 2-drops there, like 1-drops. So let's get a Skull Clamp. Oh yeah, Tenza. Tenza's already in here. Tenza's already in here. Caduceus is cool and interesting. Let's get a Forge and Frontier. Oh, this can pull him out of the graveyard. That's interesting. Okay. We do like that. What we need to do is do type, or do equipment, and mana value 1. Check out our 1-mana equipment. Oh man, you could probably do like a really janky kind of. Pip-Boy is a cool 1-mana equipment. Hidden Footblade. Group creature has 1/0 and haste. Probably not quite exciting enough. Living Weapon. I mean, how hard do we want to go with this? It seems like there's enough 1-mana equipment here that you could like really kind of just like 1-drop, 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 cast Ivor, attack, watch everyone die. Onaganada. Good one. Ah, crap. Lost my thing. Oh yeah, let's see what's in chat. Ooh, Bloodforge Battle Axe is a really good idea. Shuko. Shuko is... Yeah. Okay. We might come back and do like the Accorder Shield deck where it's... Because like, we're going to have to spend longer building that than I'm really kind of invested for here. I'm pretty tired. And this thing, on the other hand... I like this. We'll bring that in. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen. Or are we just doing it? Maybe we're doing it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if we do it, we should probably just do it, right? Ugh. Okay. Well. Okay, so bring in that. What does this thing do? Whenever another artifact or creature put into a graveyard. Yeah, seems good. Dire Flail. That's maybe like a little low. It's done. A quarter shield. Bone saw. Why is bone saw not working? Is it 2 words? Mage Slayer is in fact red-green, which is very sad because it is a very cool equipment. Also, Unscythe Killer of Kings is the other one that I'm also very sad about most of the time. Brass Knuckles. Ether Spark. What does this do? Can't be attacked. Whenever this creature deals combat damage during your turn, put that many loyalty counters. Too confusing. Lizard Blade. Lost Jit already got. Oganata we got. Infiltration Lens is a good one. Lizard Blades, Glimmer Lens. Rogues. Gloves. Infiltration Lens. Gem Cutter Buccaneer turns treasure into equipment. That sounds interesting. Is this a what's that card? Bludgeon Brawl deck. Don't Sleep on Tago. Strength Testing Hammer. I think we've got enough. That's 114. I don't feel like having to cut from any higher than that, so okay, let's start getting rid of stuff. That's free equips. I'm gonna get rid of a lot of the bigger equipment, even though they're good. As many as I can, reasonably anyway. Get rid of Kellen. I think the plan with this deck is more just like wheel like crazy, and we're gonna get rid of Sunforger. I don't think we're on the Sunforger plan this game. Origin Frontier I like. Inspiring Statuary. We're gonna get rid of Inspiring. We'll bring in what are the cards that cost reduce artifacts? What's the creature that does it? We need things that cost reduce artifacts. Do like Cloud Key. Get rid of Sulphurous Blast because that's a Sunforger card. Foundry Inspector, that's the one. Get rid of Denitha. I don't think it's really an Embercleave deck. It is an extra combat deck, though. The extra combats will be good for us. Do we want some sort of, like... Do we need damage doublers? Is that a good idea? This should be really cheap. Bureau Headmaster do? Ooh, Bureau Headmaster is good for what we're doing. Displaced dinosaurs might be good. City on Fire. It's so expensive. So expensive to get that in. Double Strike is less critical with this game plan. Rayav can come out. Free equips, I think, are the name of the game here. Did we ever get the... Are there any more Foundry Inspector type effects? What's the big Ugin? Is solid, I think. Yeah, we already have 2 of those. I think that's probably fine. And the Headmaster. Okay, yeah, we'll skip Ugin. We do need wheels, though. We do have Visions of Phyrexia. Do you need it? Kind of a lot of mana. So what I like about it is that those Power Stone tokens allow you to pay for equips. So it's just value, right? Like, is it the most effective thing that's ever existed for an equipment deck? Maybe not, but I want to get more of a look at the Power Stone things. Wheel of Fortune. We're playing the Magus? We'll play the Magus. Wheel of Misfortune. Reforge the Soul. Maybe you're right. Maybe we'll go Showdown and Ignite the Future. Joyra's Familiar. Is that one 4 mana? That one feels like probably a bit much. Gold Warden's Gambit. Yeah, 4 mana Joyra's Familiar is like a little... Feels like a lot. I mean, I guess it's probably good. We have... I feel like we have enough cost reduction. I feel like we're good on the cost reduction. Is Prying Blade 1 or 2? Yeah, it's 1 mana. Yeah, 114's a lot of cards. What are we getting rid of? Get rid of the Magus. It's free. Yeah, that card's ridiculous. That card's ridiculous. I mean, a Chaomancer's map is insanely good. We getting rid of it? Really don't want to. We need to get rid of 3 drops. I'll get rid of Honor Worn Shaku because this deck is not going to be as legendary themed as the other one. Get rid of the Armory Automaton. That one's a little janky. Reaver Cleaver. Yeah, it's always just kind of good, isn't it? Against all better judgment, Blind Obedience. Total Legend Talisman, Rogue's Gloves, Conqueror's Flail, Boros Signet. Yeah, we could cut Teferis and Deflecting Swat because those just go in kind of every deck. But it's also like, I'm playing open games on Magic Online, so it's sort of like you just kind of need them. because people are gonna play powerful stuff, and then if it's like that first game, you sit there and do nothing, and that feels bad. Um, Probably want to get rid of 3 drops. I don't want to cut all of the removal. Cut a land tax. I'm gonna cut the lizard blades. Actually, double strike is cool and it's good, but it's we don't need double strike for this deck to operate necessarily. Which also may mean like the Spear of Leonidas and Cassandra, but God, there's so many abilities between these 2 cards. Like it's just hard to give that up. What's Astor do? Top 7 cards revealing equipment. We can probably live without Astor. Wait, equipment have equip cost 1. That's pretty good. I think we can live without it. What's interesting is you do not have to have those equipment equipped to anything. So like you can literally just have them in play. And that's kind of interesting. Get rid of the Wanderer. That's just kind of, I mean, we're cutting all the removal, which probably isn't a great idea, but Ignite the Future, Showdown. We could get rid of some 3-drops. Really want to get rid of the Ravenclaw, but 106. Andoril we don't need for this deck. That was a test card. I mean, we probably don't even truly really need Tenza for this deck. It does give a +3+. That's an 8/8. 8/8s are pretty good. With Vigilance? Yeah, maybe that's pretty good. But on the other hand, we have all this other. Yeah, we'll cut Tenza. I like Tenza, but we need less 3-drops. Reaver Cleaver? Yeah, we'll get rid of the Reaver Cleaver also. It's good. It's insanely good, but need to get this mana curve down. We're at 103. It's not awful. Have you tried Blacksmith's Talent? I think I just saw it a second ago. When Blacksmith. Create a colorless equipment artifact named Sword. Yeah, like it's not bad. At the beginning, attach a thing. Yep. During, yeah. Oh, that's every turn, isn't it? You raise an interesting point. I don't think it's right for this deck because with this deck we need like all the equips, right? Like we need like a fighter class or a pure steel paladin type of thing because there's going to be just like a lot of crap. Like paying the equip cost on a quarter shield largely isn't worth it, right? So like we need something that just like gobbles up all of those sort of things. Like Balin would be a really good card to put in here. Like those sort of things. Four cards to go. I have Chaomancer's map. It's so good, but we can live without it. Do I want to live without it? Not necessarily. Oh, what do Brass Knuckles do? Whenever you cast a spell, copy it, so it makes 2 of them. Quick Creature has double strike. As long as 2 or more equipment. Yeah, it's good. I'm going to get rid of this. Again, we don't need double strike for this deck. We have 3 Swords of X and Y and a Spear of Leonidas, although that'll get awkward with the red one. Just notice that. 2 cards to go. Got Reforge a Soul. Pretty expensive. One card to go. Diamond Pickaxe actually looks pretty legit, in my opinion. I guess it's similar to like all of those. Let's see. Gets +1/+1 whenever this creature attacks. Created, yeah, similar to like Prying Blade and. Well, that one has to deal damage to a player, which makes it actually less good. Pickaxe, you just have to attack. Deconstruction Hammer. I'm going to get rid of the Accorder Shield. I'm not fully committed to the thing yet. Like, we could be more committed to this, like, one-drop thing and, like, probably make the whole deck stop at 2. Which would be actually a lot of fun. But we'll just try this how it is right now. You know what I'm going to add in, though? I'm going to add in Insult to Injury, one that I haven't run in a while. Kazul's Toll Collector is right here. Already got him. It's actually been a while since I've used him. He is solid, though. I remember back in the day when I first used him, and I realized that, like, oh, I'm vastly underestimating how good free equips are. Now we got to cut another thing. Cut Prying Blade, I guess. Okay, let's try a game. This is definitely going to be the last one because it's late and I'm tired. Oh, you wanted to cut those? I think they're too good, right? We're going to have a bunch of, like, cheap, crappy equipment that, like, you do not want to pay the mana costs equipping. And I think you want cards that get you past all that and just equip them all for free. Oh, is Bonesaw still in there? Yeah, Bonesaw was still in there. Well, we'll get him next time. Yeah, we could be more committed to the Bonesaw Accorder Shield plan for sure. And that'll probably happen at a later time. I'm just tired and don't want to spend an hour trying to retool this entire deck. Kusari Gamma. I'm a fan of the Kusari Gamma after seeing the movie Ninja Assassin. 3 and 3 is always a bit... Yeah, it's an interesting card. Whenever equipped creature deals blocking damage to a blocking creature, deals that much each. It's an interesting card. You really want something that's going to force the block, because otherwise they just take the damage. Now, you can force them into the weird situation where, like, if your commander lethal, then they have to block, but then, I don't know. It's a weird card. Literally your favorite equipment ever? Nice. Is your jam? That's fair. That is totally fair. I can see why, right? Like, I can definitely see why. It's just, like, it's so... It does... If you like putting a bad, hard decision on your opponents, it is interesting for that. Like, that's the thing that it does. I tend to prefer things where I'm not leaving the decision up to my opponent, unless I'm, like, very specifically playing that sort of deck, but... Do you have a lure deck? Because that sounds like a fun deck. I've been beaten by lures. Lures are still good in Commander. Like, was it Prized Unicorn? Is that the one? I've seen some Prized Unicorns really cause some problems for me. You feel so bad, too. You're just like, wow, I can't believe I'm losing to this. Is Ether Grid too cute? I don't think so, right? Like, we should have a ton of equipment in play, and we should be able to, like, at least ping down all the small stuff. I don't know that I ever got the whatchamacallit. What's the one that copies itself? Bloodforged into the deck. And get the Bloodforged, we'll drop the Hammer on his on. Oh, we need one more for this game. Nope, there it goes. I don't know, maybe it's wishful thinking, but as I'm sitting here like planning out the like strongest version of this deck in my head, I feel like this deck has the potential to actually be like seriously ridiculous. Like I can see a world in which like you very consistently kill people on turn 5 and turn 6, like the table. This hand looks ridiculous. We'll keep it. We have 3 lands, ramp, an equipment, and a card, and refill the hand. The big question is Pure Steel Paladin first, and then this thing, or do we just give up that card draw, get this into play, and be mana efficient? Oh no, not Alicia. Zero the Golden Sting, and Morophon. Second in the turn order. Not bad, not bad. Minas Tirith. Another land. Unless you control a legendary creature, we'll go ahead and play this on 1. I think I've got a plan here. So I think we're going to go Pure Steel Paladin on 2. Signet on 3, cast the Soul Cleaver. Then draw. I think ramp Pure Steel equipment. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. No, I'm going the other way. I'm going... Oh, wait. So if we go ramp first... Yeah, you might be right. So we go Signet first on 2. Then on... We have 4 mana. Yeah, so then we can go Pure Steel this thing, and there's no chance to really... There's not much of a chance to blow up the Pure Steel before the blowout. Yeah, we had the blowout last game. I mean, we worked through it. But it would have been much more ridiculous if that Pure Steel Paladin stuck around for even, like, 1 turn. Wayward Servant. Glimmer Lens is cool. Play the Plateau. Play the Arcane Signet. So next turn, I think potentially we go Glimmer Lens instead. Same sort of idea. What does this thing actually do? Whenever an artifact or creature... Oh, yeah, I need one of these for Ashling, actually. Whenever another artifact or creature is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on equipped creature. Yeah. In decks that can kill stuff, this actually seems like a lot of fun. Did anyone build Ezio? I think someone in Patreon did. I feel like I remember seeing it. Oh, the Glimmer Lens then gives the 1-drop protection. What's Glimmer Lens do? Yeah, just whenever equipped creature and at least one other attack, draw a card. Yeah, cool. Key to the City. Cool card. Probably need to use it more than I do. I've been beaten by this over the years. Yeah, the unblockable on there will get you. This looks like zombies Morophon, I'm guessing. Signet. Yep, definitely zombies. Don't know what to expect out of 5-color zombies. I mean, there's probably a few extra things that aren't in mono black naturally, like this one. Settle the Wreckage is helpful in the back pocket. I'm going to go for the colored mana first. Just to make sure I don't mess up casting stuff and just pray we don't lose the Sunholm in a wheel or something. Oh, Plateau's already in play. We'll get the Sacred Foundry, pay the life. Pure Steel Paladin. Glimmer Lens. For Mirrodin. Use the ability. There's a Ravenclaw War Axe. That's an interesting one because it can pull our commander out of the graveyard, so if we're trying to avoid the commander tax, that might be a thing we think about. Yeah, KO built 5-color Ezio. It was on, you were on Graz. He killed me with commander damage. You were there. Yeah, I do remember that one. Yeah, it can get tricky. Ezio. Is it Ezio? My Italian sucks. It's basically non-existent. Alicia into play. Unfortunately, like with Settle the Wreckage is a timing card, and it's like, I don't really want to Wheel of Fortune that away, but we might. Although, well, with Pure Steel Paladin, we may not need to. We're drawing like crazy. May not need to. Wasn't there like some modern deck or something that was kind of the Cheerios thing with all the free equipment? Does anyone remember that? Sounds familiar. Maybe I'm making stuff up. I don't remember now, but I know there was some deck that was doing that. Ugh, Corpse Harvester. No bueno. Sun Titan is a magic card. Play the Sunhome. Cast this equipment. Hopefully we draw something else that we want to cast. Use the ability. Pip-Boy. Oh, no. Oh, Blizzard, you're killing me. Cast the Pip-Boy. Draw a card. God, I love Pure Steel Paladin. There's a War Room. Play the Ravenclaw War Axe because we got to do something. Use the ability. No. Our commander's in the command zone. There's a Diamond Pickaxe. Do we have any mana left? Nope. Free equip. Free equip. Free equip. What's this one do? 2-0 and trample. Free equip. This game is probably going to be like somewhat non-representative in that we have Pure Steel Paladin, and games with Pure Steel Paladin are just going to be way more ridiculous than ones without it. We have Trample and Vigilance. Doesn't do... Yeah, we don't really have like a great attack. That's a 3/3. So, yeah, I guess we just go with this person for now. What does this do? Choose one. Put a counter on the creature. Untap up to 2 target lands. Are we on the lands play? What does the lands play do for us? We can cast the Diamond Pickaxe is what we could do. You know what? I'm just going to pump the thing up because I'd like to be able to attack the zombie's opponent. I'm a little scared about what's going on over there. Blasphemous Axe says we're probably not going to wheel because we want to keep that around. I'll tell you what, we valued like crazy. We are, what? About 6 cards? About 6 cards ahead of our opponents right now. We cracked a fetch, but yeah. Pure Steel Paladin's so ridiculous. We can hold back the wheel now that we have the Paladin. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Shram Storm, that was probably the deck. Yeah, that was probably the deck. Warcraft 3 jump scare. Yeah, so I played some Warcraft 3 today. Reforged, and I haven't played it since it came out, I think. And I mean, largely, I haven't played Warcraft 3 since 20 years ago, give or take. But um, I didn't really enjoy it. Like, because I like StarCraft 2 a lot, and I had to uninstall it so that I could be productive in my life and get things done. Because the problem with StarCraft games is that they're all like 15, 20 minutes. So it's like you play a game, and then you're like, all right, I'm going to do it again because that didn't take that long, right? And then that happens for like 4 or 5 hours, and then I never get anything done. So I uninstalled StarCraft 2. But StarCraft 2 is so smooth, and its controls, and Warcraft 3 is not. Things are like clunky and slow and choppy, and like I couldn't really tell what was going on in the battles. And like, I mean, it's a game I've played a lot of in college, and like I was pretty lost. And like, I still like remember my build order and stuff like that. And nope, can't do anything about the first strike there. And yeah, like I still remember my build order and everything that I did, and it's just like the micro is so slow. I don't know. I did not have a great time with it. I'm sure I'd get better at it if I played more, but I kind of just like am not invested to do so. Yeah, with wheel and settle, we're less likely to. With wheel and blast, or with settle and blast, we're probably not going to wheel because that's all of our timing stuff. What's in their graveyard? We should probably be aware of that. Urbis Protector. There's one you don't see. I definitely have this in a binder. You know what this came up? So back when I was building the Angel deck and like really trying to beat 7, 8 years ago, whenever that was, I would do the Gatherer search for existing Angels a lot, and this thing would come up all the time, and I'm just like, nope, that's not good enough. But if you can reanimate that thing, like this deck is planning to do, meh, it's okay. It's okay. It still only makes a 4/4, which like I don't know why. Why is this 6 mana? Good God. Good God, why? We should probably like read what this does. Egg counter. When that creature dies, if it had an egg counter, draw a card. Okay. That means it's probably a removal deck though, and I'm not thrilled about that. Oh crap. Sorry, gotta check the old phone. The thing I was thinking about before we went to the game here is we should probably have some sort of like mass reanimate for artifacts in the deck. There's a ton of them in white, but we should probably add one to the deck, maybe two. We're going to sacrifice the zombie. We're going to get some counters with the Terrian Soul Cleaver, which is exciting. That could be reasonable in Kalamax, just because there's a lot of kill spells in that deck. That deck's already doing a lot, though. Doesn't need more cards in it. Yeah, Pip-Boy, pretty solid. Pretty solid modes. I know it's been out for a little while. I just haven't used it because it wasn't on Magic Online for a long time, and I didn't buy the set that was in. Undead Warchief is a pretty good zombie. That'll get them to Morophon pretty quickly, which is a little scary. Our turn 5. Let's play the War Room. Play the Diamond Pickaxe. Draw a card. Probably didn't really want to see the land right there. Sword of the Animist is much better. Let's play a Sword of the Animist. Draw a card. Free equip. Free equip. Pure Steel Paladin deck. Loving it. Absolutely loving it. Is there a draw mode on this? There is a draw and discard. I might do that because we have more lands than we need. 8-6 is now big enough to get through some of this stuff, I think. Trample Vigilance whenever it attacks, make a treasure. Would they double block? I don't think they would. That's 4, that's 3, that's 7. We could get it to 7 toughness. That doesn't necessarily solve our issues, though. We do have vigilance, which is nice. Yeah, I don't want to chance it going into the zombies just yet. We make a treasure token. We get a land. We're gonna loot a card. We're gonna draw another card. Bone Saw. Beautiful. Draw a card, then discard. Yes, please. It's a Shadow Spear. Yes. Get rid of... Probably don't need Bonder's Enclave. Sword of the Animist. Plains. Make a treasure. Things are going. Things are going. We're going to block with the Angel. We do have Trample. It'll only take 4. We get a counter on the thing. Love that. Try to get out of the range of the zombies here. Bone Saw. Draw a card. Land Shadow Spear. Actually, we can wait on the... I'm going to wait on the Shadow Sphere because we can draw with the Minas Tirith. And I think us getting more cards is a good idea. I guess those kind of work relatively the same, don't they? Oh, well. We have 2 wheels in our hand. We have both of them. And we'll free equip this thing. That's like that. Get rid of the fetch land. We're getting to a place. Let's do a little equipment count here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 with Shadow Spear. Opponents are still at pretty high life total, so that's not like just lethal just yet. This game is developed a little bit slowly. There's a world in which if we get out of range of the Blasphemous Act, something wild like pump this thing up, play the Blasphemous Act, it gets even bigger. Probably that should kill someone, and then try to get Ivor in. Warcraft 3 feels nice, but Reforged did me no favors. Yeah, Reforged is... Put it this way. I put Reforged in, and, like, the menus kept freezing, and it crashed in the middle of a game one time, and it's so buggy. Like, they did not do a good job at all. Favorite deck is a Chroma and Kamal Partners. Yeah, I've seen that deck. That deck's disgusting. Honestly, that Kamal is like a little too OP in my opinion. I mean, I guess there's way worse stuff now, but at the time, because at the time games would go long enough where that thing would come into play. Now is, you'd have to ramp hard, and God, it's just the pace of games is so fast now. Free Sword of the Animus is pretty good. Yeah, it is. Our commander, Pure Steel Paladin. I know. For years I've always said like I want Pure Steel Paladin as a commander, and everyone's like, "What about Shram?" And I'm like, "No, it's not the same. The free equip is so important, right? The draw is amazing. The free equip with it makes it actually insane." Secret Commander, Pure Steel Paladin. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, opponent's gonna attack us with the thing. Flying in haste. Can't do much about it. Put a thing on our other guy. Yep. We do have a lot of timing cards in our hand. We have like mostly timing cards in our hand, which is not super ideal. Um, timing, timing, which means lands and Shadow Spear are the only thing we really have that we like want to do. I don't really want to drop. With Sun Titan, I try to wait for the board wipe, but on Magic Online meta, you don't actually know if the board wipe's ever coming. So there is that. Well, Fleshbag Marauder. Get rid of the token. Oh, that's a lot of that's going to put us out of Blasphemous Act range. Is what that's going to do. If opponents don't have another like kill spell or sacrifice effect right here, then they can be in some trouble. Oh, there comes the second flesh bag. Do we have anything for that? Second flesh bag. Okay. So Pure Steel. Well, now we can cast the Sun Titan, so we can actually use some of these timing cards. This is good. This is good. More things die. There's also a world in which we just cast our. Yeah, okay. I think that's what I'm going to do. So, I think I'm going to go Blasphemous Act, cast our commander, just because we're trying to get a look at the commander. We know what Sun Titan into Pure Steel Paladin would do, right? Like, we have a very good understanding of what that line would look like. So, we're supposed to be looking at the new guy. We're going to play the new guy, even though it's probably not as good as Sun Titan Go Get Back Pure Steel Paladin. Now, the next turn, we might do that. Both things line up, but... Oh, God, if we put lifelink on this thing? Oh, no. Oh, man. How much mana do we have? We need more mana. We need way more mana. Here's a question. Is Blasphemous Act worth... Yeah, they have this tutoring zombie, which I don't think I love. I think I've had enough of the... They got the tutoring zombie and the cost reduction zombie. Roaming Throne's pretty good. All in all, this is not going to be... that's... You know what? That Blasphemous Act is going to be probably too expensive to do multi-plays. Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate. He'd be great with Battle Driver, but he ain't a Battle Driver. Yeah, we've gotten half of Pure Steel Paladin on several commanders, but not both at the same time. And, for all the Boros is bad and Mono White is bad over the years, if Pure Steel Paladin was legendary at that time, you would at least, sure, maybe the rest of the color is not doing so hot, but, you'd have this, and that would be enough to just, drop people. Because remember how strong Rafik was back in the day, and it's still a very good deck. But this, I think, would trump that. Just because you'd have perfect access to card draw just all the time, right? There's 4 creatures in play, which means, yeah, Blasphemous Act is more mana than I really kind of want it to be. Play a Plains. Do we have a Maria in yet? We do not. Checking the cost. It is 5. How much mana do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now what? Ivor and Swing? I don't have any free equips, though. Oh, you know what we could do? We could go... How much mana do we have? 8? 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 5 for that. We're 1 short. We're 1 short of Blasphemous Act and Ivor, which is unfortunate. Oh, God. This is tricky. We could go Ivor Shadow Spear. That's the plan. Got it. I don't think the Blasphemous Act is worth it yet after 2 flesh bags just went off. I'd love to get rid of that nonsense, but I just don't know if it's in the cards right now. Cast Ivor. 7 equipment. About to make it 8. Opponent's gonna make it not be blocked. Love that. Apparently not thrilled about getting all their stuff sacrificed. Equip this thing. God, lifelink seems so ridiculous. All right, let's check all these equip costs, or any that are free, or that one's 2, 2, 2, also 2. That one's 1. I don't think it's worth burning a treasure to do, though. Attack into the zombie opponent. Absolutely nuke everyone's life total. 8 damage across the board. We go up to 48. And opponent's life totals went from high to medium. In one little swing right there. Pass like that. Okay, so I'm going to revise my earlier estimate based on how this game is going. I think this game is a little Christmas Landy in that we have the Pure Steel Paladin. And that's ridiculous. I guess there's a question of how many free equipments are there, because that's where you can really get wild. If you want to make this deck fast, I think it's got to be a lot of free and 1 equipments. The 2 equipments are good. They're more impactful, but they're much slower to get going. Yeah, I guess maybe you throw some rituals in. Yeah, you throw if it's just dump hand ritual dump hand wheel every turn, then yeah, maybe around turn 5 or 6 you could probably kill everyone, but that's you're really approaching combo deck kind of at that point, which I guess is fine. But they can bring back the flesh bag. Is that a thing that I saw? Search your library for a zombie card and swamp and reveal it. Put it in your hand. Oh, Necusar. That's no good. Well, luckily the large amount of life that we just gained is solid against the Necusar plan. I think the issue... So I think the issue with this deck is going to be that, like, under most circumstances, you're probably going to need to get 2 attacks. Right? Until it's, like, very late in the game. Because, like, we've played a lot of equipment this game. And the question I have is, like, I don't know. Like, how wild could you actually get on that Cheerios kind of game plan? Sigh of the Shinobi? I gotta look that one up. Is that one of those, like, weird 1-mana ones? No blocks. Yeah, opponent is gonna chip us down with commander damage continuously. Sigh of the Shinobi, 1 mana. Gets 1/1/1. Whenever a creature you control enters, you may attach Sigh to it. Yep. Yeah, if we go really hard on that type of stuff. The question, I'm still like... The thing that's in my mind is that, like, at some point there's just, like, a finite number of game actions you can take in a period of time. And I'm wondering if that number is lower than the amount of equipment that you would need to really make, like, a brutally effective Ivor deck. Maybe it's just like if where there's a will there's a way kind of thing, because it, like, we're getting pretty far outside, like, my comfort zone of deck building. This is almost like, it almost reminds me of the we were talking about Mono Red Storm earlier. In a way, like, you'd kind of build this like equipment storm sort of. But even with that, like, unless someone else at the table is doing aggressive stuff or there's a Perforos or something like that, you're probably going to need 2 attacks to get enough damage, or, like, maybe a damage doubler, but I don't know when there's going to be time to get a damage doubler. What does this do? Pay 1 life, sacrifice another creature, create a treasure token. Okay. Necusar is disgusting. Morophon. Yeah, okay, they got a little team over there. That's a board that's worth Blasphemous Acting. Do I want to lose Ivor in that process? Not necessarily. But on the other hand, we can slam in for, like, way more damage, and that's all a thing. That one gives just trample. Ooh, Fervent Champion. We draw an additional card. Fighter class. Oh, God. Oh. Fighter class is good. Fighter class is very good. We have Pro Red in the deck. Oh, yeah, this should be game then. So, Fighter class. Or, like, very close to it. Get a red sword. Is there a red sword in here? Red sword. Cast a red. Ooh, we're gonna run low on mana. Mana's gonna be tough here. So we have 1 treasure. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that'll be 3, 2, or 3 and 3 is 6. The 1 for the Blasphemous Act. 4, 5. Yeah, okay. Yep, I think that's the play. Oh, we have 1 extra land. Okay. Play the land. Upgrade this thing. Need to make sure we leave a red mana for the Blasphemous Act. Free equip the Forge and Frontier and Blasphemous Act. Oh, I should have put the Soul Cleaver on first. Oh, no. Whoops. Whoops. Sorry, guys. Survived a game with 8 board wipes, and the game lasted 3 hours. That sounds miserable. I don't have that in me. Is Ivor a warrior? Yes, he is. Assassin warrior. Crap, I knew I should have free-equipped everything. Because that would be easily... Yeah, that would be in the ballpark of Commander Lethal on a player. Though... Might still be lethal anyway. Free-equip. Free-equip. That one... Why can't we afford that? Oh, Pro Red. Can't put the Pro Red ones on. Whoops. Yep. Small price to pay. I think that's everything we can do for now. Well, we could play the Fervent Champion. Yeah, let's play the Fervent Champion. Equip this one here. Equip this one here. Continue the value. So it's going to be about 9. I'm just going to send them both here and just make sure the zombie player goes down. The zombie player scares me the most. It gets bigger. We make a treasure. We get a land. We do a crap load of damage to everyone's face. Do we need untapped mana? What does untapped mana do for it? I missed the Glimmer Lens. God. Supposed to get the Glimmer Lens in there. I'm going to draw and discard because we don't need 2 wheels. Definitely don't need 2 wheels. Waves of Aggression, on the other hand. Well, if this game doesn't... If everyone doesn't just, like, scoop right here. Some combination of what we have in Waves of Aggression should do it. Planes. Treasure. Forge Frontier. Zombie player goes down. We find a land and a hook blade. That's this turn, right, on this one? This turn. Cast a land. Crack a land. Get a land. Play a hook blade. You know, I never really got a great look at this one. Attach it to a creature you control. Let's put it on this guy. Pass like that. What's this one do? When it enters, it attaches. 1-0. During your turn, equip creature has flying. Yeah, that's pretty good. A lot of the time, that'll read as unblockable. Maybe not all the time necessarily, but like a lot of the time. The only issue is that it's not going to block flying, but you know, in a deck like this, how much blocking are you doing? We're up to 86 life, by the way. Yeah, lifelink on Ivor. That's another thing we want to think about. Probably get a Luxodon Warhammer into there, because that is a lot of life gain. Man, wouldn't the dockside be good here? Yeesh. Well, it would be for opponents, not so much for us. Sai and Shuko are better for a Cole deck than an Ivor deck. Oh, we got more Warcraft 3. I don't know why that keeps happening. Oh, I wonder why fighter class was like a $6 card. Right, tutor and paladin. Yeah, yeah. I bought a ton of these while they were cheap, shortly after they were released, and that was a great idea because I recognized like very much at the time. I'm like, oh my god, this is everything I need on a card. Give me 20 of them. But yeah, that no, that's why. Like, I would, I would say maybe I'm biased. I'm very biased, but uh, biases aside, I think fighter class is the most consistently good in its archetype class card. Like, if you're playing an equipment deck, fighter class should probably be in there. For other types of decks, where for the other classes, like it's kind of hit and miss. Like for some things, sure, you're like, okay, that makes sense, or I can just like it can be there, but I don't necessarily need it. Fighter class is just like 100% yes, this is going in my equipment deck because it does literally everything I want it to do, right? So in my opinion, I think fighter class is just like it's the most just what's the word? Just like I don't want to say crucial because there are other ways to do it, but it just it fits the plan 100% and there are no doubts or questions in your mind about what its purpose is or, yeah. So, I don't know. Just my opinion. It's the most efficient? Yeah, probably also that too. Yeah, the first 5 mana that you spend on this thing does get you a lot of good value. That said, I do really like Paladin class in like a token deck. When you get to that last mode and things get huge, that's kind of cool. I need to revisit the 5 mana Aurelia because that's like a decent deck for that. And I've been wanting to get someone with what's that card? Veteran Armaments. It's the Soldier Tribal card that whenever it attacks, it's like +1/+1 for each attacking creature. And you get both of those going in the magical Christmas land, someone's gonna die. Maybe we move the hook blade to our commander. No, the commander has trample. Okay, that's fine. I don't even know where everything's coming from. We have so many things in play. I don't think we need to ham it too much. Yeah, we don't have any more equipment or anything, so I think just put the glimmer lens on here. Oh, we gotta pay one for that one. That's annoying. If we need more stuff after, we'll do that, but I feel like this should basically do it. Oh, those have flying. This does have trample, though. Ivor, Glimmerlens, Pip Boy. We can draw and discard. Oh yeah, and if this doesn't do it, Waves of Aggression should do it. We draw. Bitterthorn. Yeah, this should be. Yeah, opponents are tapped out. This should be GG. Unless someone's got the the free fog. I've been blown out by that card. Let's get a planes. Draw and discard. Don't really need the signet. A lot of direct damage. Equipment count is 10. What did we get? We get 3 attacks with Ivor this game? Was it 2 or 3? Anyone recall here? Opponent's going to block, but yeah, it's not really going to do anything. Down they go. And down they go. That's a lot of damage. We just did a lot of damage. So this turn alone, I guess there was only 2 opponents, but that's 20 direct damage. The turn before it, I think there were 3 opponents with 8 equipment. Maybe 9. So that's, what was that, 3 times 8 is 24? And then the turn before it, I think there was also 8. So like 24 is what, 48 plus. So that's 68 direct damage, I think. Wow. Wow. There's something here. There is definitely something here. What I will say is that the early game. So, okay, there's a couple things you need to do. One, you need to play this almost like a combo deck, I think. Maybe. I wouldn't play this as like standard Boros Voltron equipment, right? Like the way the Cassandra deck is built is, use all the Boros staples, give them double strike, go to town. I don't think this deck is that. I think we need to go even harder into this plan, and then you got to do like you got to get in with the wheels, and I would actually be interested to look at like a mono red storm type of deck, one of those sort of things, to get some ideas about how can you keep looking at cards, because with a deck like this, if you can get like mostly 0, 1, and 2 drops, the thing you're going to run into is that you're just going to run out of cards at some point. Like eventually you'll run into like that spot of lands or whatever. So being able to consistently draw enough, because like as good as Showdown and Ignite are, there's still only 4 cards, 3 or 4 cards, which is like, when they're all 1 drops, they're not like highly impactful. It's like, it's okay. But yeah, so the main issue is like, you probably need to look at 50 cards in the game, right? I didn't see how many cards we chewed through, but by turn 7, you probably have need to gone through about half your deck. And if you do that, you can do stuff like we just did, where we did roughly 70 just direct damage to our opponents, not even counting the commander damage and other combat damage. So I think our opponents did very little damage to each other. I think all the damage to them was like mostly us. So yeah, there's something here. This thing is more interesting than I think I initially gave it credit for. So that's cool. I'm gonna noodle with this. I'm definitely gonna think about this, because yeah, there's some cool stuff here. What I just saw was very promising. I don't think it's a CEDH deck. I think it's too glassy for that, right? Because it's just like shoot the commander and then nothing happens. You probably want a Grand Abolisher in this deck, so that people don't blow you out. But the ability to just do a lot of direct damage is very enticing. Yeah, there's something. There's something. All right, let me check on chat here. Yep, the old pro red there. Playing against that deck felt like once you started on the gas, it never stopped and just steamrolled us. That'd be the pure Steel Paladin, mostly, because it drew so many cards. And like I said it earlier in the game, that like this example is not going to be the most representative of this deck, because games without pure Steel Paladin aren't going to go that smoothly unless you specifically build it like with wheels and other stuff to make sure you're looking at like 50 cards a game. Felt a lot like playing against red deck wins in a 1v1 format. Excellent. Love that. Although, it's the red deck wins is very different, right? Because it's like small creatures and burn and stuff like that. This is like small equipment, different vibe, different vibe. But the mana curve definitely has similar vibes. You were hoping for a wheel. You had a very awkward draw. I had two wheels, but because of the Pure Steel Paladin, I had no need to play any of them. So sorry about that. Yeah, no, like I looked at probably 50 cards with mostly Pure Steel Paladin and friends. Have you looked at Viscopa Confessor Waiting? It's my favorite hard attack creature deck for Alesha. No, I gotta look that one up. Viscopa. Viscopa Confessor. When it enters, you may pay any amount of life. Target opponent reveals that many cards from their hand. You choose one of them and exile it. That card? Blood Baron's a cool card. Glad you have more fun this game. Yeah, no, I enjoyed this game significantly more. Um, I did listen to the game. I didn't want to see your hand, but I wanted to know the plan. Yeah, well, is what it is. That's a game where like any amount of removal would, well, I guess there was a flashback marauder, but like more removal slows us down. Artifact removal. Oh, didn't listen. Yeah, but I do think there's more work to be done here. I think you could get. I don't think it's going to be a CEDH deck ever, but I think you could probably get one that's like not that far away. Um, with a Christmas Landy hand and like a deck built to do so, I think you could look at some like pretty nasty turn 5, turn 6, or maybe even just like there's something to say about like really consistent turn 7 kill. Like if you yeah, that's the thing you could do too. So like if you're like I don't need to be as fast as humanly possible, I still want to play about 6 7 turns, then you can throw a couple more board wipes in here and just, kind of like lay down a board wipe as you're dropping equipment into play, and then when you're ready, just drop Ivor, and that's cool. There's probably some other ways to like build this deck also. I mean, obviously we're doing something like very specific. You could build just standard equipment. I don't think that's necessarily the best use case. Vigilance and haste are really cool keywords. 5/5 size is really nice, and the combination of all three of those things on 5 mana is it's solid, right? Like it's not something like a Rayav or a Brunor that's like utterly ridiculous, but it's a lot of solid effect. And like if someone just showed up with like random Boros equipment, Ivor, it's still something that could drop you. Like I don't know if someone had just like a random like Forge and Frontier or Hearth and Home, and they're valuing a little bit, then they get to the late game in good shape. Ivor comes down with like 8 to 10 equipment, right, and then just everyone kind of dies. I could definitely see that being a thing. Definitely see that being a thing. Costs too much for CD. Is this a she or a he? Have I been saying he all game? Let me zoom in on this picture. My eyes ain't so good anymore. Okay, it looks like a she. My bad. Yeah, but it's just like so. Yeah, it's not as just like a basic Voltron commander. It's not going to blow you away necessarily with like Rayav is insane value with the double strike and God, who else is there? Any of the combinations with Arden and the free equips are just ridiculously fast. Um, it's not that, but solid direct damage, good body, good keywords. Can't complain about any of that. That's for sure. Yeah, yeah, that was good. That was real good. Um, yeah. I'm just out of curiosity. How many equipments at 0 are there? Could use damage modifiers to help. Yeah, I was thinking like you could have. I did add insult to injury in there for the double damage can't be prevented. Um, I don't know how wild to go with that. So through most of the game, when we had Ivor in, we had 8 equipment, and sure, double damage there is 16 direct damage, which is a lot. That is a lot. I just don't know where we get the tempo to make all those plays. That's a lot. The tempo for that might be a lot to ask. And that might be if you're going on like the turn 7 version of this deck where you're like, okay, I just want it to like really consistently kill on turn 7, which I think is a very reasonable ask. Like I think that's a super reasonable ask for this deck. Um then, board wipes, and then you might have a little time to get the tempo for the Furnace of Wrath, or, similar, choose your damage doubler. But in the game we just played, there wasn't really a lot of time. Like, we used, I think, all of our mana every turn, basically. And I don't know, unless that Furnace of Wrath is, like, actually killing someone, I don't know. I wonder, are there other things that, like, are there other cheaper, more efficient cards that, like, can I just double the damage output of this creature for a turn? Because that might be something interesting. If there's just, like, some sort of, like, one-time instant or sorcery, that could be a thing. We got Cathar Shield. Maybe we'll do it. Let's get rid of the colors thing. Okay, there's a lot of these. The backside of these is a little weird. Dire Flail. So we got Cathar's Kite Shield, a Quarter Shield, Spider Silk Net, Bone Saw, and Paradise Mantle. Those are the free equipment for 0. It's not bad. Was that about 5? It's not bad. And then there's a ton of them at 1. And then the main question is, like, no, like, not double strike. Like, you need something that says, like, this creature does double damage this turn or something like that. Does that card exist? Let's find out. Mantle is the mana rock. Yeah, but it's still an equipment, right? Like, we don't care. Ivor doesn't care. It just is it an equipment in play? Okay, people take damage, right? Oh dear God, this is more than I was hoping to have to read. How many cards is this? Ideally we'd have, like, not double strike in here. Insult is a little bit cheaper at 3. Yeah, I would almost want, like, a feather card that's like one, like, see, we want this, except we need to say double damage instead of double strike. Something like that could be really interesting. I'm not seeing a card that exists like that. I haven't read through everything extensively. Ooh, what's this one do? Combat damage. Sadness. Sadness. Rage form. Just double strike. Bitter feud. I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. What's this do? No, just double strike. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like a lot of the double damage. What's this do? Oh. Yeah, it looks like a lot of the double damage cards are all, 4 or 5 mana enchantments, and just I don't know where we're finding tempo to do that. Like they are, obviously if you get it all in and you make everything work, sure it'll be a ton of damage and that's cool. But Quest for the Pure Flame. Yeah, the problem with the Quest for the Pure Flame is you got to charge it up. Because I just saw that one on the way by. Remove 4 counters. If any source you control will deal damage to a permanent or player this turn, it deals double that damage. Yeah, that's exactly what you want. Oh, what about Jeska? Choose target creature until your next turn. If that creature would deal combat damage, oh, got us. I was hoping that was going to say triple damage, but sadly it does not. Yeah, Furnace of Wrath, obviously. Ooh, Overblaze? Yeah, Furnace of Wrath, obviously. Dictate, obviously. Those make sense. It's just that, they're expensive, right? It's a lot of mana to get those going. Each time target permanent would deal damage to a permanent player this turn deals doubles that. Oh, man, it's 4 mana. That's the issue. Yeah, you want this, but cheaper. You want it 1 or 2 mana, and I think then you're onto something. Although the good news with this thing is that the problem with Furnace of Wrath is that it's really bad when people attack you, and then you die really easily. Also, Gisela is always a good one. Overblaze is interesting. Because, yeah, you really just kind of want it when you're attacking. You don't really want it when everyone else is during their turn. Insult to Injury is the cheapest version. Okay. Yep, we got it already. Anyway, I'm going to wrap it up here. Hope you guys enjoyed this stream. We did some cool stuff. In this game. I really enjoyed this. So, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you real soon. Have a good night.